As we are once again alive upon the internet. Anyway, they appear to be. Let me also double check actually that we are going to the right browser there. And yeah, bitrates, titles, all of those goodness things. All of them seem to be in effect. Just not seeing the preview in Twitch. Let's refresh once. Okay, that works. And my audio seems fine. Yeah, let's keep going into some BTS. Yesterday I was talking about spending quite a bit of time today in here, but I forgot actually what day it is because it's a national holiday here, and I actually had some plans and I had totally forgotten till today when I looked saw a pop-up of oh yeah, do you have this thing? You have this thingy today, this what do we go with? We just take a striker, right? Yeah, let's just take a striker. Because yeah, let's go and as the title says, we're here. Crunch some numbers. I'm here to crunch numbers and kick ass. And there's a lot of numbers to crunch before we even have a chance of kicking any ass.
Priority available, agent.
Let me guess. We're pulling short
So we'll crunch some numbers first. Well, maybe later some ass kicking. Scooby. And indeed, we back, boys. Numbers are back on the menu. First things first, kind of want to work on the modifier one here, do some cleaning up of some of these, start to make them presentable. Tomorrow, of course, gonna put this all as a record it as a video, basically, kind of like the findings here. Although there isn't that much, although it's just a normal Shijen, basically. It's nothing. We don't have any full rebalances or anything. So it's not that special. But actually, maybe before we start with the modifier, because I want to... here. Just trying to find this tab. We have a new LMG named Exotique. Let's already put it in the burst and sustain tables, because even if the stats change later, that is not of real consequence. And actually override this, so the build is saved there. Let's go do something that doesn't have weapon handling or rate of fire. Just to see the Pakan stats as they are, as they be. So let's do it with, actually, let's just make a space for it first in all of these. Bunch of people in the file as well at the time. Let's already copy these over. This should just work even with the percentage as well, right? These, the way that it's set up. Mm. 55. Yeah. And here we are still. Why don't I have... well, yeah, it's not needed. Right? It only shows that. In the calculation ones, I have if error, you get a percentage out, or it just gives 0, basically. Could actually maybe... Well, although, yeah, no, it's not needed here. That's the thing, right? That's why I haven't implemented it here. Because the only time it's going to give an error is while I'm filling shit in. So, let's see, 30. Where's the 364? That is a long ass reload. This one also needs actually, although it doesn't matter for, oh, actually it does matter for this. Oh wait, actually if you take magazine size there, that will actually, although yeah, you wouldn't ever, detox is way too thin, but that would go actually to the main amount there. Because the max size is 60, RPM is 600. The base damage is the same as the RPK. We'll double check as well though. So let's just back calculate from whatever we have and if it's just close enough. So we have 182,312. We have yeah. Where's the light machine? Okay, so I've literally just 10. So 1.1. So is this number divided by this number? And we get 1. Let's swap these two in place. Oh wait, that's the wrong weapon. I mean that makes more sense. Okay, yeah. Also, yeah, we couldn't never. Yeah, because the weapon itself also has 15, so it could never be that. That was also confusing because it's at least 1.25, right? But also, yeah, that was the everlasting gaze I was looking at. So 92,999, 72. 75. Am I off somewhere? Why are we not? Oh, it's 30. Oh, it has a 5 weapon damage mod. Oh, yeah. There we go. 71,538. Yeah, 537.6. Close enough for government agent. Let's take this. So, although as well, we have a question here. So, because for instance, the Bullet King, the Bullet King's thing is always active. So for the Bullet King, we're just doing basically a 0 reload. Do I put 2 instances of Pac-Man in here? Because usually it's a talent on top, right? Like the damage talent is not per se like even interacting with any of these stats generally. But this one is, of course, because this can go to a number. Yeah, let's implement then this. Just we'll make it, I feel that would be the clear way to do it. We take this and we call this X. And we do, oh, is there that much of a calculation there? There we go. 4. So this is, the way this calculates is then is 40 times. It's also annoying that for the Pac-Man, it doesn't actually, so it takes the base value, which is like super dumb that it works that way. Because that plus 20 mag, that should then just be rolled, just to make it easier, that should just be rolled into that 60. Like it should just be 60 base, and then that one can be something else. Because hell, if you just put some weapon handling there or something, that would at least give this thing a chance. But then also it's going to calculate off of 60 and not 40. Because here basically it's doing, that whole calculation is happening off of 40 times how many stacks that is. So it's basically 40 times oh, actually no, it's 40 plus base 40 times 4, or what's 12? Yeah, let's actually just do plus, just to kind of show every part of it. So 40 times divided by, or times 0.5. We wouldn't need that. We could just input 20 as a hard number. Plus 20. And we get that 140 that it has at max stacks. Although I wonder if you then take 60, although it's not like True Patriots, because this would by de facto kind of become like, oh, this is a weapon that kind of interacts well with True Patriot. But does it matter enough for it to like, yeah. Yeah, we'll just implement like this stack number there. And it calculates off of that. And then we can always also just play around with this. Let's actually as well just stacks 1, 2, 4. Or about 0, 2, 4. Just giving the range there. Yeah. So let's take this, put that here and here, and we need this as well with all of them. Oh, actually, yeah, we can't sort this because this is gonna go with this one. So we need to kind of do it like this. So let's sort our data search range, and we do I Z to A, and then we need to Control X this and put this here. Wait, what happens? It's yeah, that might have to, yeah, let's just do it like this. So this goes on top here. Then. So what broke here? Why is it linking to this suddenly? Suppose it shifted. I could actually just, although no, yeah, if we do it like this, we can sort it with the whole thing. Although, well, now it's sorted. But then we do it like that for the other ones. But then we'll remove that. Talent. Okay, then everything gets sorted together. Data sort range, advanced range engines, G, Z to A. Okay. Oh, it does break that, of course. There we go. That's gonna break. Yeah, actually, no, it's sorted in here. Yay. In the right position already. Yeah, this thing already, well, this and the Bullet King have their talent already kind of accounted for in here. And yeah, it's not enough. They need to really they really need to give Pakan something more. They need to make that magazine its base, just 60 base, just so then this calculates off of that. So actually, how much would this be if we had 60 instead? Is this breaking somewhere? No, because we're just 180. That sounds actually, yeah, so it will be 4 times 10 above what we have now. So yeah, 180. At least that gives it a little bit more breathing room, and then a weapon handling mod or something instead of the plus 20. Oh, yeah, let me get you here. And hey there, Pinto. Okay, so yeah, Pagan's in here now. I might just eventually just give it like this magazine size, or we make 2 instances of it maybe. I'm not a fan of what we did here. We're like adding talent stacks at the end of that. Makes clear at least that it's at 4 stacks. Or we could also have like 2 instances of this, one at 4 stacks, one at 0 stacks. But then also we have 2 in there. Yeah. Same then needs to be done with LMG, LMJ thing. Actually, I'm going to change this. Let's actually do this now. Because this thing has led to even confusion for myself. Because yeah, when I'm saying there 100 stack, I mean 100% of a stack, which is 50. And then at one time 50 stack, I mean 50% of a stack, which yeah, that could just be read as full. So let's just do full and half. Like literally just words instead of numbers even there. Oh, this is actually off because the tick would also go into the sustain. The thing is though that where are we exactly calculating this? How are we exactly calculating this? Okay, there. Because actually the sustain should also have that same plus. Because we're calculating a damage per second out of that, right? That's all we're doing. Yeah. So that same damage per second should also be in the sustain. Wouldn't that have been easier if I had just put it into? Oh no, because that would mangle the sustain calculation. I was like, can I implement it in some way that just goes into the average shot? But no, because the average shot, of course, is gonna always calculate with the RPM. Here we're just, we need the average shot, and then this is just happening once per second. But seeing as it is happening once per second, it needs to actually be in the sustain as well, which it currently isn't, because yeah, the sustain of a we could add that in basically. So yeah, let's actually do that. Let's fix this. So, because it's literally just that plus that number, right? Plus whatever is in that field. It's already all bracketed. Yeah, this came from the multi-calculators. That's why they have an if error thingy. Then wait, what? Oh, okay, so it's here then. So we're opening there. Is there a space there? Opening there. We're closing there as the whole calculation, and then this is plus whatever the hell number I had there, whatever field I had there. There we go. Seeing as we're gonna resort this anyway in a second. Well, actually, I should just take these two and put them. Should have done it in the burst one. Yeah, let's take this to the burst one. So, well, actually, it doesn't matter which one it is because if we put it in there, it's taking the. Yeah. I've been AFK for too long. The game kicked me out. Okay, so let's do the thing.
Priority objective available.
Shut up, man.
Safe area detected.
Shut up, Isaac. So yeah, we're gonna sort everything by B. Wait, does none of the things have as a header talent? Did I actually do it like that? What are we by B? A to Z. This basically unsorts everything. Just so we can. Well, actually, I don't even need to because we're gonna resort it, but actually, I can just add it in, then let's unsort it anyway, just so we have an easier way of doing it. This field not saying talent annoys me. In an inordinate amount. Also, in here saying talents capitalized when everything else isn't, and then not down there either. Let's quickly do this. No way it is as well. It's just these started, of course, from the damage calculator thingies, which aren't per se set up to like look super cool or anything. They're just utilitarian. But in this, I kind of feel we need to have it like this. This right side part being, well, actually, yeah, let's do. This is just these two: base and average shot. Because once we have it, we can do. Just take this whole thing. Sometimes it's a little touches. Yeah, let's actually go through all of them quickly. I'm getting myself sidetracked again, but it's fine. Let's make it look correct. Also, I'm like, how did I not notice that before? And the answer is much more likely I didn't care before. Or I ended up not caring before. Also, I want this. I don't know, actually, yeah, we just... This can also actually be fixed up. It's from the extra field we got there. Now I want to go back and check if these have that same issue. Actually, yeah, this one doesn't have... This one doesn't have extra information there, and neither does this one, so it shouldn't. Okay, and then so it was only LMGs because they have the Big Mag and the stuff thing here. Okay, so let's grab this again. Well, actually, we just need it up to the base here. We don't need this. Refills. Also, same issue here with this.
Baggage screening is mandatory.
Okay. Not really my intention to actually just do some cleaning work here, but you know, while we're in here, might as well once we notice it. Because if I put this for later, I'm gonna forget it. Yeah, just these two. This one was made later, so it actually has some more care put into it. Okay. Now we did that. Pakan. Let's do it here. What is its talent's name? It is called Pakan with Pakan. How very so let's take 600 and then let's take so yeah, Pakan needs to be multiple instances, right? Yeah, let's do 3 of them because we have. And then how do we do it here? So do it like that, like a talent trigger. Yeah, so this is 2x stack. Copy, paste, 4x stack. Yeah, so it's 90 for all of them. Let's already copy this over. Let's put this actually on striker now. Let's actually turn off modifier. Before I forget, so RPK would be the best stand-in. Yeah, fast hands one would be workable, although it would be one weapon damage instead of one crit damage mod, right? Because these were all with 2 crit chance mods and then 1 crit damage mod, right? Is that true? Can I see that somewhere? Yeah, we could see that in the in between MG5 and infantry MG5. It should be, yeah, same crit chance, 10 crit damage difference. Okay, so if we take the RPK values, there's here, and here, and then this just becomes, instead of this plus 10, nothing. And then whatever this number is plus 5. For that end. And then its average shot calculation is just, doesn't matter where we grab it from as long as it's right next door. Its reload on striker is 320. Now we have to implement this max size and hit a tiny. So yeah, this is, so again, is 40. Let's just create the calculation here and we can just plus plus, and we can just put 20, but let's again do 40 divided by or times 0.5. And that whole calculation is times, and this one 0. So addition in between, so it doesn't matter that that one is 0. We're not multiplying by 0 there. Then we can take this here, and we just change that 0 to a 2, and here to a 4. And it makes, of course, 0 difference for burst, how much your mag is. That only comes into play with sustain later. Okay. Is everything in place there? Yeah. Did I take the right? Yeah, I took the right thing there. Everything else is going to be the same. 1 crit damage less, 5 weapon damage plus. Yeah. Let's resort this. Should actually check what I'm resorting it by. Would be handy. This goes by G. Z to A. Do we still keep this as our? I mean, yeah, that's not going to change anything with this, right? This is still. Although actually, wait, no, something. What happened here? Oh, it shifted these because okay, yeah, we should just add it to the bottom then, actually. But yeah, I need a quick bio break. I'll be right back, and then we'll continue on here. And hey, Minister. Anyway, catch you in a second again. There we go. That's what I get for drinking 2 espressos before coming home. So, yeah, let's. I better get my glass for this one. I can mind these are all in the burst and sustain tables, so we're working in there. Actually, I'm not even showing it, but we're just in here with the LMG file here. Already added the pack on here. We're adding the pack on here now. Although, yeah, I should have realized. Actually, I should have done this differently, but we can just fix this. Let's just do that. This is then now the 100% point. Actually, I realize now as well, I don't need to unsort them because we're not like adding a talent or something. Do you want to actually make, we're going to go into the AR one in a sec as well, and just, I do want to make, we're basically going to make a copy of the thing, of like the whole list, and then just only take the Lexington out of it. Also to kind of show, in comparison to the other talents, how crazy Breadbasket is. Because I've been meaning to do that anyway, to make a list like that, just one weapon and then its talents, and then basically without talents being the 100% point, and then, you know, we can see how much each talent adds on top with that specific build. So that would also be a good showcase to show how silly Breadbasket is. Okay, so copy, paste. This doesn't break anything, right? We have nothing underneath it. No, so it extending doesn't matter. Data, sort range by I, Z to A. Okay, the only thing we need to then fix is the percentages and stuff. Should have actually looked what I had it on before. What did I have it on before? Likely we're excluding the frenzies and the steady handeds. So likely this sadist. Stoner sadist. Wait, wouldn't the GR9 sadist be above it? No, GR9 is here. It's that, oh yeah, it's that reload, right? That thing again. So we'll put our compare start there. So this is 231. Yeah. Okay. So where's the Pakan even in this? Because here's the Bullet King on sustain. Where's the first Pakan? And all the way down here. In between like Optimus weapons on the sustain. And this is basically a sustain talent. There's also on burst, because the stacks don't matter for burst. This thing is of course like in effect a no talent RPK. Where is the no talent RPK actually? Is it above it or below it? I'm gonna guess it's above it. Yeah. Because it gets 5 weapon damage instead. So it gets crit chance, so both of these are set up crit chance, and then one RPK is set up with crit damage mod. This is then has a weapon damage mod instead. The weapon damage here, just because we're super high into with like grade 28 there. Shouldn't change anything on the percent. I should have actually just made it grade 30 as well while we're here. That's likely the one thing we'll do at some point, is just come through here, make them all grade 30, and then resort it. Sure. No, it might change some of the placements of some weapons. Should it? No, actually it shouldn't, because the base and wise and stuff, it doesn't matter. Should only be for weapons that have plus weapon damage mods, which is like only Pakan? Is there a different weapon that has plus weapon damage mod? not that I can think of. And hey, see, and hey, they're bad. I'll have a Delta free day. Yep, we're here for the PTS, not the D. We don't want any D with our PTS, because then, of course, we get DPTS. And not the other way around. Yeah, so this is set up. Yeah, actually, just for my curiosity, does this actually change any order here except for the Paka? Is anything out of sync here? Or out of percentages here? I mean, sure, it's just a separate multiplier. It's going up, so that just the numbers are going up. Unless there is something interacting with it. Weapon mod wise. So where is the button actually? So even the Pakan actually still in that same spot. Okay, yeah. Because yeah, we're getting expertise grade 30 next season because of the DLC plus normal items. I am curious to see if they just keep it. If I were them, I would totally cap it at like 30, and then maybe even just go even further and cap it at 20 or something. Go like, it was a mistake. Also, then people only need to reach 20, and then everything over that is basically just, you know, for the completionists amongst us. Yeah, so let's go to the AR one. Let's do this thing now. So I'm gonna make a copy. And we're gonna already rename it Lexi Talents. So how do we even go about this? If I do a Control F and I do Lexi, is there a way to just select every row that has this? No, there's more like, yeah, let's find and replace, of course. Yeah, so let's do Control F. Lexi. I mean, I can just, yeah, it'll take a minute, but let's just do this then, like this. Also, I'm in the right thingy, right? Yeah. We're not touching that one accidentally. Wait, let's just see, make sure. Oh, when I right click, okay, that doesn't work. Because also we'll have to like do a pass, but I'll do that later. We'll need to do a pass for breadbasket, of course. But I'm just gonna wait till we have like final numbers for it. Like there is no need to hurry it up. We're gonna copy it over anyway, so all of these can go. Maybe not. Wait, let's keep one because I think otherwise I break the. I think I break the color thingy that we have set up. Okay, so we have this, just the Lexingtons by themselves. Let's actually go back here. How many instances? 18, so 9 in total. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah. So we have these. Let's actually So now insert one row above. Same calculation here. Actually, I could have taken this as well. It's gonna be the same reload. It's gonna be the same max size. It's gonna be the same RPM. It's gonna be what's the thing name? I've already lost the name of it again. I think a second ago I just called it breadbasket then. Streamline. Streamline. It's another lexicon. Yeah, so like this. This goes here. So streamline, let's also already make this 30. Oh, that's a chameleon, of course. I'm like, why is this 250 here? Rush wire. So streamline is this plus 80. So we're meaning to actually make one of these for each of the things, just kind of the top weapon and then this with it. Because I think that's actually useful. So we sort by G. Okay. And then also this then compares against no talent. So we just know every talent above no talent, how much it like is feeding into each talent group. Something broke here. Because why is the fast hands in sustain in percentage below? What? This number is higher. Wait, what is happening here? Averaging. This is this one, right? Yeah. Oh wait, this is the base correct. That's oh yeah, that's why I do it always like that, right? We're gonna copy it to here, paste it here, and then also copy it again from here and paste it, because otherwise it breaks something. Yeah, so that makes more sense there. Okay. And yeah, streamline above sadist. Like, wait, what are we thinking? And hey there, lean. And then it's a good place to stuff. Can't say number that doesn't end on 0 or 5 anyway. I mean, yeah, it needs to be something. Yeah. If it's like 26.32897, yeah, I'm uninstalling. Expertise goes to 23. Yeah, I would. At the very least, at 30, they already have like a thing, because yeah, originally for those, like, I've said the story before, but originally when the expertise was added, there was actually ways to kind of double XP onto some stuff, so you could actually get way above what was intended, and you could actually go over 30 in expertise level. But even if you went over 30, it would cap at 30. So if you had 33 grading on a weapon, it would still just give 30. So that cap is already kind of in place. And we're hitting 30 next season. So they could I would be perfectly fine with them just going 30 is the max. Like anything from here onward is just, you know, gonna make it easier for people to get to that point. As I have a little speck of food there, I see now. with a white background there. And honestly, I would even be better with it if it was 20. Because then if it's 20, people can, you know, we have 30 levels worth, and you only need to do 20 levels worth of it. And then even as it goes further, it's going to become easier and easier because you can just, you know, we're getting more items that you can just get through targeted loot normally and stuff. And then eventually it becomes like just, you can count down all the way through it. And then also that kind of solves their watch alt issue, kind of. Also, I saw some people like talking about the watch alt thing as if it's like the end of the world or if it's like seasonal character level. It's just I'm all on board for seeing them go. Mechanically, they could be tedious. I enjoyed them, but then also I enjoyed them now, years after I needed to do them. Back when I needed to do them, although I never needed to do them, but when I, like, you know, really got into doing a ton of watch alts for third account to get the expertise maxed out, because I was like, let's just get it done. That didn't feel good at all. I didn't feel good about any of that in the end. It was just, I grinded because, not that I mind grinds, but yeah, I may have taken it too far with that one as well. Because we were just also like 1500 or something, so it was a bunch of them. Am I sorted on this end? No, actually, no, I'm not. Wait, did I break this? No, that's no, that's all. Data sort range, answer engineer. Did I already do this actually? Oh no, sorry. Yeah. No. Yeah. So this again is the 29. And I should totally done this actually when we were doing the normal versions of these. Because I feel this illustrates well what each talent especially is kind of worth, right? Just kind of putting a number of like 20% on that Lexington, or on the killer with Lexington, and then like measured in here is kind of like 17% there, but less on the sustain. Because for instance, killer is basically taking both burst and sustain up at the same amount, measured because it affects rate of fire. Takes more burst up than sustain. It's not, you know, it's going because of the RPM changes there. And yeah, flatline is like 11% there. Ranger is at 20 meters and 11 or 10%. Optimist is trying to like tiny amounts here, especially Optimist. Yeah, but yeah, Streamline by itself is all the way up here. Because even the thing is, like, even if sometimes that it falls away, you fall back down to like no talent basically. But then also you could run a secondary that doesn't have Streamline. So when, you know, if your hive gets killed, you just drop down to like killer or measured, and then once your hive is off cooldown again, you go back to Streamline and have like insane amounts of damage. The downsides are not on par with the upsides. Yeah, so that's that one. I could already add in the two names with their 87s. Yeah, let's leave that for later. Because we can also always do this, like we don't need the PTS itself for this, but I want to have this thing for whenever we do the video. Because we're already doing kind of the calculation here, but then also actually to show it in comparison to other things. Let's say we're showing it against no talent, basically. Yeah, let's go and focus a little on the modifier. Oh, yeah, ours is not set up. Yeah, let's go to a different character. This character's one is not set up to kind of go with the Tinkerer. Let's go to character 2 where we have a Coyote one. Could calculate that with that Tinkerer and stuff, but let's just take a Coyote. So let's see kind of how much modifier is worth wise. Because you know, I'm just gonna take that Lexington from my stash that's still in there. I just never took out that Lexington they gave from the stash thing. Because, you know, it's a very rare item for it to be there. Also, I have like 1 or 2 does not really matter because. So let's make this just for now. Well, let's just make it fast dance or something that doesn't matter for as a damage talent. Fast dance. Not gonna include that anyway. Chance mods. Oh, that was a demo mod, wasn't it? Yeah. Okay, let's take the non-modifier numbers first. So yeah, this is the standard 51. Actually, we don't need this last one. We don't need either of those. So let's do it like this as well. This is min 51 plus 10, comma 60. Okay. And then is 1 for 1 plus 10. Let's take the base of a Lexington. Lexingtony. It's kind of looking at also maybe doing Huntsman, but honestly, I think just Huntsman doesn't work at all. I think just because yeah, I did actually some like this morning actually looking at the footage of when I was running it with like some missions and stuff. And yeah, I wasn't noticing it in the moment, but it was basically it is the burnout problem. It doesn't auto refresh. We never noticed that before because even with like a Sleipnir or something, the firing time is longer than the talent time. So it would always hit the reload after the talent has run out. With the FAMAS, you don't. And that means that you get like 1 full mag. You have to go through that reload. You get a tiny amount of the next mag. and then falls away, and then you're like, for most of a mag, you're unbonused. And with how small of a bonus it is because of the mag size, because it's mag size dependent, the Huntsman is basically nothing. It seems like a cool idea, but it isn't. For now as well, yeah, you can kind of swap it over with Tinkerer to, for instance, an AUG or something with Killer on it. And then with the AUG, at least, like, the firing rate is slower and stuff. But maybe they should just make the Huntsman... Actually, I forgot to do that, didn't I? I was trying to look at what the firing time of some of the other ARs are. But I think anything with, like... anything other than maybe, like, AKs or something and AUG, it's gonna have that issue. Like, it's just not gonna work out for us. Yeah, so this is SB Koi. SB Obliquoi. So 75, yeah, everything else correct, yeah. You know, I just might as well get some checking numbers in. Well, that's what actually we need. Let's do this with this 978 50 1.95. So that fills it all in. Yeah, let's. Although a modifier needs to be off, and also grading needs to be 0. AOD needs to be in middle range. Let's make sure our start is basically verified. Then we can. So add max stacks. And also just TTH. Laziness. So 904. We are off. Oh. Mid-range coyote, of course. 853. 853. 339 912 339 911. Yeah, listen. Yeah. So that all checks out as it should. Would be weird if I was getting strikers wrong still. Okay, so we gig this whole section. We go here. So now I'm gonna just turn on the modifier. Gonna step out of the range so we're out of combat, and then I'm gonna activate the modifier. No passives yet and stuff. And then yeah, so we're on 4 now then, right? Yeah, so we're on 4. Which means let's take active here with assault. So it's +6. So are we 57 then? Yeah, we're 57. But then actually we're gonna be 66 with the coyote over the range. So let's actually input this as no longer with this minimum. So this is that number. Or maybe I just take that other number and do +6. That's maybe easier. is whatever is in this field plus 6. That's maybe the easier way to do it. And then we lock this to that specific row. Yeah. So 66. So what else can we easily get? Because we can't get that tier 5 one, right? Because for that we need a few kills. Loaded app. So this is just tier 4. Let's actually already do tier 5 as well in a second. And then load it up in a second as well. 25% of your crit chance value is added as crit damage while at tier 5 in modifiers. Can I actually get tiering in the range? Oh, I would think not, right? That'd be super weird if it could. Yeah, it can't. Would there be a way to actually test? So the one thing I'm concerned about here is it depends on order of how it's getting applied, the crit chance. If the coyote is going first, taking us to 60 with the mid-range, and then the other thing goes on top, we are 66. If it's the other way around, and first the modifier goes in, and it takes us just to 57, the coyote can't go beyond the cap. So it's just to 60. Is there a way to kind of test that? No, because crit chance testing sucks. Like, it sucks like a black hole. Only if we could take it close to 100. But yeah, we just show a number there. So if we kind of went like to 95, and then technically the coyote's underneath it, and if we saw a non-crit, right, that could be positive proof. That's some. We'll have to check with that. And either Carl. We'll see actually if we go that far in testing. For now, I'm just gonna presume, but that's a dangerous thing to do. Taking some assumptions. That it applies the coyote first and then the modifier, and not the other way around. Because with the active, we could take it to. Actually, I have a triggered active in a second. Actually, how much does this show when I trigger the active? Right, we're taking that to tier 5. I have 101. And due to 3.5. Let's actually take a screenshot of this. It's for reference. Okay. So if it is applying 4 times 8, wait, how would this work? So this is doing, oh no, this is doing 10, right? So it's doing 10 times 4. Oh, okay, no, so it is applying, because yeah, actually no, that, yeah. Wait, how do we land on 101 then? Because this is times 4, or is this a 400% actually on the active? It is multiplied by 4. But this is acting as if it's getting 50 out of it. Because around 51, we're landing on 101. So it doesn't, like normally if you're going to go like, although, well, yeah, multiplied by 4. Yeah, this is worded weird. Because yeah, we're getting basically 500%. Or we're getting a 5 times multiplier. It will be a 400% increase. I should have selected percentages. That would have been easier. So that's giving us that then. So actually, if we lose a little bit of crit chance and then trigger that, we're just below 100. And then we can see actually if the coyote or the other one applies first. Okay, let's check that actually. So let's drop this crit chance mod. We are now 51 with the modifier. So we take this. We're on 95%, and then we should still get 10% from the coyote. No whammy, no whammy, no whammy. No whammy. I think it applies the modifier first then. We're 95 and the coyote should come over it as well. Because the coyote, yeah, so it's applying the coyote after it. Well, we're out of it there, but at least, right? That's the logical conclusion from that. Because if it's applying the coyote first, it's taking us to, well, we're on 45 technically. It's taking us to 55. And then 50 points of multiple or from the modifier are coming in. And that should take us then. But then, so yeah, this is applying first and then it's applying the coyote. So it's just that 95 and the coyote can't, of course, go over the thing. So this is actually kind of an anti-coyote move, which is even more so forcing us towards the Tinkerer eventually. I'm waiting out to cool down here. Where's it? Here, right? We're 95. But this would be, if it's coyote first, then we would get another 10. Oh, actually, no, it needs to be this. Okay, wait. I made a mistake. Although, well, we have non-crits there. Because this should be over 100% crits. Maybe the coyote hadn't caught up there. Like, actually, wait. Let's see, actually. May have been, because actually I forgot we're in the wrong way. I'm well known for silly mistakes like that. Yeah, let's wait out the cooldown again. So we're 45, technically 55 coyote, and then technically over 100 when we trigger the active. Or we're 45 plus 50 from the modifier and, you know, at 95, and the coyote can't do anything anyway because, you know, it can't go over the cap. Yeah, let's see which it is. I would hope they would implement it correctly with the coyote going first, basically, because otherwise it's a pretty big nerf to coyote basically for that whole season. Man, let's see. No whammies. Basically, a single non-crit would be proof positive. Not a single non-crit. Because it will be 1 in 20, basically, a 5%. Let's just, to be short, do one more in a sec. And then I feel we can kind of pull a conclusion. It's raining outside. Also, yeah, there's been some data mined clothing and mask icons and stuff, not the 3D files, but just like these things on Reddit. So the hunter masks and stuff are kind of on there. If you want to go and see some of them, there are some cool ones there. Change anything here? Oh wait, in PTS you have no apparel caches? I didn't even. Oh, interesting. The barrel cache here, if I'm pressing escape, it doesn't even do anything. I've noticed that before. They're just likely disabling that for not to have. Yeah. Store is empty. Okay. So one last try. So, coyotes in the range. No whammies. Yeah, no. We would have seen, even at 95%, yeah, we would have seen a non-crit at some point in there. So now it's going on. Yeah, so okay, it's doing coyote first. So, good job, devs. For once. Or for this one. So it's applying coyote first and then the modifier. Yeah, so that means that, yeah, we can include the coyote here. Let's go back here. I'll put this actually one down for now. So that's tier 4. Tier 5 is literally the same, but plus 10. And these are actually like not big increases. And it's kind of actually felt quite a bit. 4x. It's the basic package, basically the current season as well. Like we have 20 rate of fire, right? We have or actually it's max 20 or 25. Actually, I don't even remember. No, it's 25, right? 25 and 25 weapon damage. It's just movement speed caps at 20. Like that's a lot more damage in that system than there is here, because just by the the core thing of it, it's at most like 10% crit chance damage wise, which I'm all for. Kind of just a little bit of boost of damage, and then we have to kind of deal with the hostile modifiers, you know, as the trade-off. Not as OP as season 1 or well, yeah, year 6 season 1 or year 6 season 2, or well, season 3. Oh wait. Oh, season 2 and season 3, right? Yeah, because we're going to 7-1 now. But yeah, not as bad as, or well, not as powerful as Point Blank or Rogue Momentum. Point Blank, of course, also due to passives. Rogue Momentum less so. Still powerful, but like the passives were there mostly to get you like here. So at most you get kind of like 10 crit chance when you're at that tier 5 thing. But then also, yeah, you get kind of some bonus armor and such. And some cooldowns. Is there a good way to check if this is haste or if it's actual cooldown reduction? with, nah. I'll leave that to others. Let's actually take loaded up here as well. So let's put that one for now, like there. Get them later. So this is tier 5 plus loaded up. Same numbers. And then we get oh, is this why this crit damage number is so much higher? Yeah, because we wouldn't get that, right? So this would just be 223.5. No, because it will just be this. Wait, let me actually check how we get here exactly. So is 151 plus this number times 0.25, then I'm guessing. Is this the actual calculation happening there? Times 0.25. That's 176. So how do we get to that then? Oh, but then does this with the active also get double pass and more? Okay, so it's that and then times 2. Okay. That's why, of course. Phew. That's still 201 though. Yeah. Times 4. Okay, no. Oh, is it? Oh, is this the same thing? It's actually 200%. It's a 3 multiplier. Then and that's closer. Still off though. Actually, it's this plus. Because we have 9 points of coyote in here. Actually, maybe it is that. So maybe it's this times 2. And then this is whatever this amount is plus 9. No. We're in the neighborhood. Oh, sorry, as well. I'm actually not sure what I'm doing. Would this be different? Was actually triggered again. Was I maybe at 5 meters and it was just doing something? Although, yeah, the coyote would not show up in there, right? So it doesn't matter. So 101, 223.5. So where is this? What is this exactly? Because it's not this. Oh wait, this wouldn't be times 2 actually. This section would not. So it's actually basically just 1/6. No, what? No, it would be that. Oh yeah, no. It would be this section, but it would be not multiplied. Because we're multiplying this as well now. So how do we do that? We do that by just going hard value of 110. Actually, right. So that goes away. And this just becomes 110 instead. Oh, it's 230. Okay, that we had it there, but no. So hey. Shouldn't be this weird. Actually, let me just remove this and let's see what this is without it. As we're like, this should just stay 151, right? Basically, or well, 141 in the game. So. Yeah, so it's 101, 141. 151 with Coyote. Well, let's maybe just do 141. And maybe just plus 10 at the end. I mean, what am I missing here? This would likely be easier to check with something without Coyote, maybe. Is the Coyote out of the equation? Actually, just to check for a second. So if we have this times 3, what does that get? Okay, also not what we're looking for. Okay. Anything weird in my crit damage? No. So yeah, let's try it with just without the Coyote for a second. Let's see if we can figure it out underneath. So let's trigger it with that loaded up. So this is, so I should take a screenshot of it. So we take this. So we're still 101. That makes sense. 229. And this then would be this same thing, but then without any shenaniganery of that. I need the normal number. 154. So this is 154. Now plus 10 there. 209. Okay, so now we get to play around with this being this number. And then is this now times 3? Is this times 2.9? No, that would be below it either as well, right? Wait, why is this? What? Oh, no, it is 229.8. I didn't actually put it like that. Good thing we took a screenshot because it's that one. Okay, so without Coyote, we can make it make sense. Why is it with Coyote not making sense? Because yeah, it is. So yeah, it is a 3 times multiplier, a 200% increase on that thing. So yeah, that's how it's working. If we do the exact same thing here, why do we get? And then this needs to then be, instead of this, needs to be 151. Let's put the Coyote back on again and just double check that it's actually giving us a correct number here. 323.5. So how much are we off? 3.5. We're off. Oh, no, 3.3. Yeah, let me catch up here for a second. Maybe somebody already figured it out and they're yelling at the yo dumbass, look here. I need a Caro. I got the new toy something. Not you. Wait, what new toy? What we're toying with? And hey there, Anders. Question: I have seen players have the name Jessica knee pads on, and I have not tried to equip them. They say it can't be done, but the weird things I've seen player have it on. What do you mean? Just the thermal knee pads, I'm guessing, because you can just use those. Like we've been using them here and there. They're pretty OP broken at the current time. But why is it like, what is not allowing you to equip it? Or do you mean like below level 40 or something? Because yeah, they're level 40 items. You can't get them at like lower level for like watch out runs or something. But I don't think that's what you mean, right? But in general, yeah, you can just equip them. Or you should be able to, unless something weird is happening. Or do you mean like you have them as well? Or do you mean you just don't have them? Because they were an item for April Fools, basically. For that April Fool's week. Precision Smart Cover Launcher. Oh, do you mean in checking it in the sense? Because yeah, I saw somebody post a screenshot of it being in the descent skills. Not sure. Should I actually even check if they maybe have fixed? Hey, where's my what? What? My stash is apparently just an enforcer and a thermal. Items that are 0 weight items, basically. Where's the rest of my stash? Did this character become hardcore all of a sudden? Hard to the core. Wait, what? Let me go check my other characters real quick. That was that's somebody else. Yeah, they were doing something weird then. Maybe they were not on a level 40 character, because yeah, then you can't equip it. Maybe actually that would be kind of the only thing. That's the only requirement that thing has. Or maybe they just didn't have them. That's also a thing. Maybe they were explaining it wrong. Because yeah, a lot of people missed out on them, kind of like Lexington. If you didn't get them then, you don't get to have them.
Safe area detected.
Yeah, so my stash is here. Wait, is it just that stash that is broken? I mean, I can check it with this guy here. No? Alright. I should just to check as well. So I'm going to put the Lexington in here, which is another 0 weight item. That's crazy. Okay. Yeah, I saw some people seeing them there. We should be able to see their stats then, though, right? We can kind of confirm how much detox they have.
Safe area entered.
Let me guess. We're pulling short rations again.
So let me catch you on. On general, I've been behind. Is oh, that was from that. But yeah, that's what global wants. You can't do them with it.
We've got a clear chain of command around here.
Ah, yeah. Yeah. That's like insane that it's like that with 20% DTAC. Like that would be like way too much for a tier 6 even. Yeah, so wait, what's going on with this character? Okay. It was just weirdness. Log that and log back in, and if I tried turning it off and on again, that was odd for a second there. And for you not have them. Yeah, that's likely what they meant with it, and that just didn't explain it well. Because also, yeah, whoever was around then, and they maybe if they were, you know, actually like actual new player, and they're still leveling, they would still have gotten the item. The thermal is only a level 40 item, so I was trying to actually on third account make it like when I logged in on a level 31st, hoping it would go like level 30 maybe, because that would be pretty cool, or level 31 actually. That would be pretty cool as a item at for Watch Alton. Although I mean Watch Alton is ending, but I was trying. And it was always level 40. So likely, if it's maybe a new player, then, you know, they can't equip it because it is level 40. So until they are there. Or maybe like they're super bugged in some way. Yeah. So you know what? We'll just go with these numbers. Let me just... for now. So I don't understand here, because yeah, we can't make it make sense. Like it just does the thing it says on the tin when we don't have the coyote. When we do have the coyote, why? So likely this number is then different. Because also, yeah, the number it should show there should be based off of the 141, because the coyote's 10% isn't there. Is this then... Let's actually see what number we would need here. Oh, okay, no, wait. If with the 3... Ah, okay. So it is counting for a coyote. It's showing 101. We are at 110. That's what this crit damage becomes then. Hey... Oh, also earlier I was doing it wrong. It needs to be in brackets here, of course, if I want to add them together, because it doesn't happen after the 25%. It happens before the 25%. So this is this number plus 9 from the coyote. That is basically also there, but and it's actually kind of cool. So that also kind of confirms that the coyote underneath is still working. So it's doing coyote first, then the modifier, so that we don't waste coyote. 223.5, got it. Yeah. And then this is also 1 1. Well, actually, we can do just there. We don't even need this. Yeah. And then also, actually, what the number is Y25 plus 10, because the coyote, the other coyote, is also not showing up in there, of course. Because even though it's showing that, we're actually at 110 plus that. Okay. But first, just load it up by itself. If we are at tier 5, we'll have 70 crit chance. Plus coyote. Or well, including coyote. So wait, how does this then... I mean, yeah, it just becomes that 70, right? Yeah, so it's 70. So this is 141. 141 plus 10, and then basically the same calculation. That doesn't make sense. Oh yeah, we don't. It's going to the wrong number. 19. There we go. Let's run 203 crit damage with loaded up. So actually, yeah, with loaded up, but then you need to still reach gear tier 5 for it to actually be that much. It's weird that during the live stream thing, they were kind of talking about you can always be on tier 5 and stuff. No, you can't. Like, it seems to be at max, you can be at tier 4 before you get kills. Once you get kills, you get that. And actually, yeah, if you don't have the active, this is already a decent amount, but then also, you know, you can have the activate the active for even more activeness actively. This stream is sponsored by Activia for the few countries that are actually So let's take this up here as well. 27 million. That's frenzy striker obliterate. Those are numbers. Like, we just take that against like the 16 million here, even with killer, 18 million. This is even before killer. When we have that active with loaded up and like this build, and we're at full stacks, it's 27 million. And then on top of this, we also still have a damage challenge on the weapon. That's still an impressively high number. But yeah, so yeah, we need loaded up, get a few kills in, and then you're kind of charged up. But then still, this is less than current season's thingy, current season's modifier at like tier 4 and such. But yeah, loaded up, kind of the go-to here. Because there's nothing else that just adds weapon damage, right? Like, there's nothing else that is similar. I have signature weapon damage. That's a general pick anyway. Well, actually, yeah, we have this other one as well. Let's do multitasker. Because that one, if once we're tier 5 in all attributes, because we can just not trigger the ultimate and just have that the whole time. Once we have it, it'll take a while to get there. But it's also just 7.5 weapon damage. It's nothing really. So for every 200, actually, yeah, we should also have besting kind and stuff. So this is. So let's do thingy first, multitasker. Yeah, so this is tier 5 plus, because we need tier 5 anyway for that one as well. Multitasker. That's just 7.5 weapon damage. That's not a lot. It's not nothing, but although the thing is, you get other things as well, skill tier and max armor and stuff like that. But not 75, 7.5. We need enters here for tier 5 actually. Oh, actually, this is okay. Oh well, I mean, yeah, the combination of tier 5 plus loaded up is actually decent. But so what is this? If we take in, all right, let's actually move this up one. Let's take these up here. That should actually inherently work even. Yeah. Yeah. Load it up, especially on tier 5, gets you a decent chunk. Once you reach tier 5, above just the tier 5 thing. So yeah, that one's a no-brainer for red builds. Multitasker, tiny amounts. What was the other one? So this one just technically needs tier 3. But let's just go tier 5 plus the best kind. Oh, the TB card. Yeah. So I should take that and also take this. Well, plus 5 headshot damage for every 100 to 200,000 total armor. But then also we get plus 85,000 here. So we get plus 85. Oh, actually, oh, that's interesting. If you have some grading there with the plus 85, you could reach the point because you would need 800, you would need 815. You can grade up to 815, right? Like, what is grade 25 gear? Don't remember off the top of my head. But if you can get to 815, which I think you can, right? With grade 20, or well, we have even grade 30 now. Because if you can reach that point, you get another 5 headshot. Although that's like not meaningful because you're with the other one as well with because of multitasker giving 85,000 max armor. Oh wait, no, it's per 200%. We would reach 900 with that. So actually, yeah, it doesn't matter. We're not going to reach 1 million anyway because you would need 915,000, and that's not that's not grading. That's 800 something, right? So okay, no, that actually no. um, but we are basically 800k, so 20 headshots, which is awesome. You know, not the worst. So this is this number plus 20. There we go. Let's do a similar thing for this. Is this number divided by this number? And so we take it to 20% headshot. Okay, so I'd like 20% headshot. It's still 2%. But then the thing is, of course, if we combine them all, so this is tier 5 plus WEP back. We take the combined function of all of these. So we take this with this crit number, this headshot number. What was the other thing? Yeah. And this weapon damage. So with it all combined, 30%. Above nothing, basically. But yeah, part of it is coming from tier 5, and then these weapon things. And yeah, that multitasker is going to take forever to kind of get going. Because I need tier 5 in all attributes. But that's also just 7.5 weapon damage. Is this number divided by each number? Okay. Because there as well, we only had, because that's the thing, we do get basically 400%. Oh well, so I should just take the, oh well, just this. So this is the active, and then this is just multi, oh no, loaded. And then so this is just loaded up by itself. And then this also then becomes basically so it's times 5, right? Yeah. So is 7.5 times 5. So let's say I should just take this. Plus 7.5 times 5. And also this. Plus 20 times 5. Yeah. Let's actually get the enter for this as well. But why am I develop more sets suddenly? How did I even do that? So yeah, this is divided by this is this number divided by this. Those are some big numbers, although of course these are temporary. But yeah, whenever you trigger that Alt if you have everything kind of ready for it. Which the ones that do ×4 and ×2, which is like the assault link one. Which one's this? Assault link. The other one, the security link and the tech link. All of them are, attributes are frozen and bonuses are multiplied by 4, and then also the passives are by 2. Oh wait, the passives are by 2 actually. Wait, no. So this is by 3. Yeah. So this isn't by 5. I got this wrong. And that makes sense actually. So yeah, this is the ×3 here as well. So this is also ×3, not ×5. It's only the crit chance that is getting that like humongous ×4. Okay, that's I mean, still double damage. Yeah, let me catch up here a second. This is kind of in my own world there for a bit. Equip some after full weapons or other gear. So the weapons and stuff you can't equip the gear and stuff. Like the joke items you can't equip. It's only turmoil that like came from there. That can be used. The rest was all joke items. I didn't get any of them that week. I was in Division 1, and I was kind of considering like, Because also, if I somewhat wanted them, FOMO style. But then I was also like, if I have all 10 of them, that's just 10 stash space just always being used up and stuff. And I was like, if they're on for the other week as well, because I wanted to really like grind that Division 1 that week. So in the end, I went just like, screw it. Yeah, so Holy Batmans. So there is enough damage here, but yeah, it's especially in that active. And that active is, of course, just 30 seconds or something. What's the duration actually here? And the duration is increased by 2 seconds for each ally nearby. Okay. It doesn't say a base duration, but it feels like 30 seconds or something, maybe. Because once you do this drops back down to 4, tier 4, where you have only this active. But yeah, for a little bit, especially if you have like the triple here equipped, or the triple here equipped, that web pack is basically all 3 combined, kind of. I'm kind of happy enough with this as just what we have. Yeah, this is kind of enough to discuss the modifier with. 33 million pre, before even another 20 there. So yeah, we go to 40 million. But yeah, for a very short time. But still, the active, although, well, this is still not as much as, 2.5 times of a 3.5 multiplier of by the teeth. That was also much easier to get. Because most of the time, so actually, I feel for most of it, I'm just going to charge up all of the things and just not hit active. And then just most of the time, you have basically 30% extra damage. Because loaded up, you can load up pretty quickly because you'll start on 4. You just need to go to tier 5. Actually, let me just put the requirements of the other ones here because I'll forget. So this is This is for loaded up. So this is this one. So this is rec. Oh, or no. Red tier 5. This other one is for multitasker. Is rec is all tier 5. And rec. Ooh, for the other one is 3 red and blue here. 5. It's trying to capitalize the T there. But I failed. Okay. So with the modifier now too. Kind of in the bag. Because at the modifier Pacan. Actually, yeah, we didn't include nimble here. Let's just remove that. I should actually do nimble as well, just kind of like, although it's literally the same amount as Exodus, basically. It's just going to a utility talent, basically. You're giving up a brand bonus and your ability to have peyote, so it's that same, well, whatever it was, like 7 or 8%. And then here we have Tinkerer. We have Streamline. We still have here Imminence Armaments. Although actually I should make that a Headhunter calculator here. Because I just did see how much pistol damage we have. Need a metal swab. Broken, not by much. I mean, there's definitely some broken stuff. But that's always in the PTS. But that's also like not the mentality I take into here. I'm expecting some stuff to be broken, but that's also then, you know, our duty to kind of point to that. Yeah, let's actually go play a little bit on the PTS and kind of get more of a feeling for the thing, for the modifier. Put the other Lexington in the stash. You know what? Let's go with a blue-red hybrid. Let's actually go with the Heartbreak Attack Tank. We'll grab the Lexington for it.
Safe area detected.
Grab the Lexington.
Hey, agent, come check this out.
Is that tomorrow afternoon? We'll just do. Actually, I'm gonna add the nimble to this as well. We'll calculate basically what, or just have it how much damage loss nimble is, but then you know there is value to that. You're not just throwing away damage; it gets you other things, like the cover to cover. I wouldn't mind actually trying it out as well in combat in a bit. Let's like this, but then actually, yeah, let's go get a. And then we discovered some side missions to battle for Brooklyn. Although we can't go there yet. Let's go one of those.
Good to see you.
Also, it isn't in here right now, actually. Oh, we can't buy that one even. So we'll keep that. We'll keep that. And yeah, I should actually try out the gear set at some point as well. Oh, they give you a headshot one actually, or well, a headhunter one. Make it easier as well to double check the numbers. Nice. Let's go. Also, let's keep a lead. I don't need the
For
background.
your business.
Make sure around all those. Because yeah, later on as well. Let's already prep this thing. I might actually run this for a moment. But also just streamlined. It's just bonkers broken. It is way too much. Although the thing to do is just put it on Lexington, because the 80 to 87, like the 87 on LUD is not worth it over the. Actually, yeah, let's. Oh no, let's just take flatline first, just so I get a feel for the modifier. Like, the thing I want to kind of get to grips with is the modifier. Oh, actually, oh, today's should have done some bounty cheesing today. SMGs there. Also, actually, today, or well, yesterday, I did actually move the Exodus and the, let's see the one this season, Oxpecker. They don't seem to actually be dropping from target loot. So in the exotic thingies, I moved them actually over to
Hostile control point identified.
to not targetable for now, because they don't seem to be actually dropping. And that seems to be because I went back and there was definitely a few people that got an Oxpecker before they got it from the season track. And also I kind of went actually a little bit of like investigative journalism on those people and just kind of just made sure that they're not just shit talking, but no, like the few people that that I saw the screenshots from, all of them seem just, you know, for the rest, not per se, you know, it wasn't away accounts or anything like that. It was just people that are active in, so likely something broke then with either, you know, 0.1 or 0.2 or 0.3 or something like that. They ask you if you remember, ask you about Black Canary. They say somewhere sells old season guys. Yeah, although they haven't done so in a while, but once in a while they do some reruns. Some of the reruns they've done more recently have also just been more recent stuff in general. Because yeah, we haven't had like one for old stuff, because yeah, they did a few reruns which had, for instance, the vector, you know, the vector with the vector with the gems and stuff. That was from season 1, for instance. That was with Dark Winter. But yeah, recently they haven't done many, so. Because even now, for instance, that the gray suit, for instance, that is this week in the store, it's still this week, right? It's still in there. That's, for instance, a repeat. That is from, but that one is like from a few months ago. They haven't been doing like season 1, 2, and 3 ones for quite a bit. Because they also, for instance, did the one for do I have a, yeah, for instance, recent, like a few months ago as well. They did like the shark bait one. They brought this one back. And that are also a few of the like weapon and gear skins or gear dyes that were in those seasons as well. But with one per week and only sometimes it being older stuff, yeah. Don't hold your breath. I'm gonna... Wow, that's annoying. So this guy, look how little damage I'm doing against him. He has a skill deployed with the yellow, so he has a minus 33%, and then he has a minus 50% of crit damage on him. So those will be the annoying guys. And also actually his turret has the blue as well, so I couldn't even kill his turret quickly. Because killing the turret quickly would give some of the damage, right? Oh wait, I also... we should actually try that. If the skill... Although, that's gonna be... Oh, sorry dear. It's gonna be annoying to try to figure out. So, negotiator spread is underneath is skill damage. We have here, the yellow has a skill damage reduction. Or well, a skilled, or like, you know, and resistance to skill. So that may be a better way to say. Could actually check if negotiator gets affected by that. Or turmoil. That's also, I think, the same.
Another shot and I'm done.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Where are the bitterballen? Well, I'm trying to like be less bitter with my ballen. So they're in the grocery store. As we're trying to live healthy. That's right. It would be nice if they just brought some of those old dies back for, like, more often. Just have a selection for sale every week of the old ones. Because sometimes there is some attachment to some colors and stuff. For some people, they want to have specific
Rogue agent detected.
colors and stuff. That's a set of rogue agents that are just here. I might actually go for them in a second. Let's actually first do this. So wait, am I on? Yeah, I'm on 5 on all of these round, right? Yeah. Also, yeah, there's a
Incoming hostiles detected.
62. Yeah, 52 normally. Yeah, so 62. All right, and tech tank is 52 usually, right? You'd think I would know it by heart, but... Oh, these reds are actually... They're dangerous.
Serious trauma detected.
They have 10% more damage. It isn't as bad as Frenzy, but yeah, I should treat them a little bit more respect than just running at them and hoping for the best. I'm actually liking this modifier, but yeah, this is definitely not as powerful as like even this season's one, which was already like a weaker one than the one before. But also, I don't mind that because actually I don't mind having a little bit more challenge through the modifier. But here as well, we're killing most of the things faster, and then especially things like blue marked enemies. They get reduced from crit. Although the thing is as well, it's a reduction to crit. Which just, yeah, you can just... I could just be running a determined pistol build here. And, oh, how cute. I'm doing less crit.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Because also on the yellows, it's only if they have a skill deployed that they get a reduction to damage. So the yellow enemies, the yellow marked enemies are not, per se, anything hard to deal with. Except if they're, you know, yellow plus blue, and then they have a skill deployed, because now, yeah, they have a crit reduction, they have just incoming damage reduction, and they actually hurt a little.
Supply room access unlocked.
Okay, so wait, what made that yellow drop back down to 4? Or was it, what, or did I just not have it maxed out yet? Because what I'm still like don't understand is like, how does it go up and down? Like, yeah, the kills go up and stuff, but how does it go down? Because definitely triggering the active takes it down. But it doesn't seem to be just decaying over time or something, because the red and the blue are just staying at max. But the yellow, is that decaying? No. So what? Although maybe I wasn't at 5. Let's actually get back to 5. Configurations on the store to buy, but because I put the timer on, to pull off lesson. I don't know anyway. Partially. The thing is as well, just it would just clog up. Like their systems as they have them now as well aren't per se made for like even the amount of gear dice and stuff that we have already. You know. Although that's somewhat down to the scroll wheel on the apparel tab thing. It's not fixed, right? That would be an amazing fix if that was in here. Wait, did this? Oh, hey, they oh no. For a second they moved holsters up here, right? I didn't. Because yeah, one of the things is this thing is broken. You can't drag this. So in my case, for me to get to gear dice is although actually I can just I have a mouse wheel that can just be unlocked scroll basically. But yeah, trying to get all the way down here and stuff like takes forever. But that's also kind of that slider not being draggable. But yeah, there's some foam attached to it. Also, so some of those, a lot of those are from like season tracks, so they try to kind of keep them, you know. But yeah, there's a lot of FOMO included. But I'm happy at least that. So one of the things there was a rumor, but they would have already kind of. They would have already said so, and I think actually the origins of it was the level 40 boost of how this rumor came to be. There was a rumor of an XP boost going around. I didn't per se kind of believe it. That's also why I didn't kind of bring it up at all. But yeah, the way that a lot of games that have XP and stuff will treat stuff like that is, you know, you can buy an XP boost. You know, you have 2 times XP for, I mean, we have that as events, right, in Division, but we don't have it as a thing that you buy. It's just everybody has it. It's the same amount. It's, you know, you could call it democratic almost. And I'm kind of fine with those, even though that, yeah, I'm not a fan of the 5 times XP, but I'm okay enough with it. But the idea of them like selling XP boosts and stuff, yeah, that would for me be kind of game breaking. Like just, but I'm happy, for instance, that they don't do stuff like that because yeah,
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
not a fan of it in a bunch of other games, or just that as a system, as it just sucks. So, I should give it to me some easier. Okay. Oh wait, maybe the first time through, because yeah, you know about that bug is still likely in there. If your skill is on cooldown and you pick something, it doesn't actually give it to you. Thingy. Because if you're trying to replace a skill or something. Because like if you're trying to replace a skill and it's on cooldown, it doesn't give it to you. That's why we always kind of like check in between ourselves of like, hey, am I in cooldown? On this whatever, so I can change it. Might have been that. Or maybe one of the 2 variants doesn't work like that also. But underneath it should just, yeah, workings wise. The one thing to check, if you do have it, I might actually go for some descent here maybe in a second as well, see if we get it to you, is that they haven't changed it or anything, but yeah, it's showing much more, or like it seems much more focused on showing an area and stuff. Now, the original one did that too, but yeah, that you still actually have to be in cover. Because honestly, that's the biggest downside of, you know, that thing, or is going to be the biggest downside of that thing. That you actually have to be in cover, which turns out is actually a detrimental thing sometimes.
Hostile control point nearby.
Okay, so let's try now. because I didn't have any of the passives here. So this just feels like a little bit more damage. This just feels like Heartbreaker Tech Tank, but it has a little bit more damage. And yeah, that's just that extra crit chance that we have. Although as well, what it also feels like is that I have a bigger armor bar, because yeah, we also have a bigger armor bar, right? We have no. Okay, so maybe some bonus armor getting triggered with some damage and stuff. I felt a little more chunky, basically, but not by like a huge amount. So let's take that one, and let's take this one. Also, so here we're getting actually more, because we're getting how much armor do I have here? 1.6. Is that rounded up? Does it round up? I don't remember. Yeah, it rounds up. So we have 1.47, so we have 7 times 5, 35 headshot extra. Does it actually even show here? It should, right? Yeah, 110 headshot. 75 plus 35. Right? Yeah, 75 plus 35. So that's showing up there. Weapon damage is showing up here. Nice. And yeah, basically once we're at 5, like I still don't really get how these decay beyond us using the active, but also it might just be that it doesn't decay unless you use the active, right? Yay, more journey and then the sarcasm. I'm always looking forward to some of those things. The journey this time as well seems even better than current season's one kind of setup. If you're not into the journey and stuff, especially if you've like grinded it and stuff, like yeah, that's there is no fun there. But just having something to do, a direction to kind of head towards. For me personally, it is a list. I love lists. We just go through the list, as long as it's not too tedious. But yeah, the other one, the first journey was definitely tedious. The second one was already a lot better. This one also just seems a lot less numbers wise. Just nothing is like 600 of something. So, yeah, elite. Oh, that, okay. Wait, so this deployed skill counts for itself? Or was that reduction on that?
Hostile control point identified.
Oh, I actually had blue as well, maybe, right? Thought I only saw yellow, but... So, I mean, I have basically all the dice that have ever existed. With the exception of maybe like 1 or 2. I definitely don't have all of the things. Like because there's a few weapon like skins that are in the store that just aren't my thing. But yeah, I've even bought some of those just thingy and yeah. I basically bought every season pass and stuff like that on this account, so, and completed them as a. And yeah, also as always, I want to thank my, the members on YouTube and the subscribers on Twitch, but also everybody generating ads money. That's always the joke that I make whenever anybody subscribes or anything is, of course, just that'll just get spent on apparel and stuff and bundles. As I do basically on main account. I buy every bundle, which is. Don't do that. Don't live that way. But for me, in my case, I'm basically just taking, most of, or like some of the process. Because actually, it's more than that nowadays. But I will basically go like, the thing basically that we get from subscription and stuff. I'm just gonna. That's just getting slapped into me having any and all of the bundles, because all of the bundles are. The thing is that the bundle pricing, I feel, is just... I would wish they would go a little cheaper and just, get more volume out of it and try to basically just so you can get more value out of it. You know what I feel I should do here? Be on fire. Let's hit the active.
Hostile detected.
Okay. Striker numbers on a Heartbreaker Tech tank. 2.1 million on a headshot there. Yeah. Other than, yeah, then it eats my thing. Or it eats, well, it eats my thing. No, eat my shorts. But then, of course, we go back down to being below tier 5. So now none of my passives are active again. Basically. Although actually, no, that headshot one. Which one is active now still? I wish it would actually just show here like like red or green or something of like it's active. Because 3 in firearms and stamina. Okay, so I need a little bit more firearms before that triggers. Can get a resource nerf. I mean, I'm hoping actually, well, that they do touch up on some of the economy for especially expertise and such. We'll see how they go. So the modifiers are not locked beyond Journey this time? No, they will be. So for the PTS, we get everything unlocked, but with the Journey, because the Journey, of course, is also kind of tied to... I think those are guys coming in. Journey, no, not there. So with the Journey, each of these steps, so 3, 4, 5, and 6, and 7. Oh, no, not 7. These 4 basically give one each. They give you one active to start with as well. Just one active is already unlocked, and then you unlock the actives here. And it doesn't say it here, but I think they just are missing the thing still. But some of these passives, so it's not the whole journey to get some of the passives. It's doing one of the... They were kind of pointing to some of the, like, the top ones here. So you get some of the passives from... yeah, in here, it doesn't seem to, like, show it yet. Maybe also, yeah, we have them unlocked. That might be the thing as well. But they were kind of pointing towards, like, you don't do the whole journey for the passives, you just do one step. And the way they've done it now as well, you have basically at the start, you have 1, 3, and the last one unlocked. When you complete 3, 4, 5, and 6 all together unlock, and then basically 4 is all firearm stuff. 6 is, 4, 5 is then all blue core stuff, and then 6 is all yellow core stuff. So if you want kind of all of them, you kind of have to have those, because for instance on this one is, although as you can see, like I've played 2 days of PTS, not even going for any reel of these, and yeah, we're already kind of going through these, and most of it has been spent in the range. The journey this time seems a lot more manageable. Hopefully this one's let's engage everything from top there. You mean also on defense? But usually on defense I just go here. But yeah, I basically usually spawn camp them, like, depends on the build. But with a build like this, when I can kind of spawn camp them, I'll go for a spawn camp. And then here, I just have to watch out to not get hooked from the side here. But also I don't have Fog of War on or anything, so. Alright. That guy had blue as well, so. But yeah, body blacked. What? There's something... No, right? For a second there, I thought the shots were coming from behind me. That was likely not the case. And these guys with red do hit a decent amount harder. But I should be curious to do a side-by-side with them. My initial impression is that's more than 1%, but also it might just be... I'm paying attention to it, so... Looks like they're hitting harder, but... Mm. Mm. So, I mean, I had all the bonus things and stuff. I had all the because all of the enemies that die up there, they give me the mementos instantly, basically. So you know, with the memento and here as well, I have 4 blue cores, so we're getting a decent amount of bonus armor. We're getting 40% of that each time. Also, there when I took damage, actually, I did notice that the no, actually, wait, do I have that one? No. No, maybe not. Oh, no, yeah. So bonus armor every 300k damage that you take. This seems to also be the bonus armor. So I took 300k worth of bonus armor damage, and that gave me like... So how much did that give me back? 7.5% of... Yeah, so 7.5% of 1.6, let's say. So let's do it like this, 1.6. And that's 16, 1.6, double zero, triple zero. All right. Times 0.75. That was 0.72, but doesn't matter per se. So that's around 100 something K. Wait, I did something wrong there. Yeah, 1.6. That's 0.75. Wait, has what? That's a 1.2. Oh, 0.05. What am I doing? I'm awake. 1, 6, yeah, that makes sense. Times 0.0575. Yeah, that's so 120k. So I lost 300k armor. I got 125k back for each. So that works. Cover the buff icon to show some, I guess. Yeah, I would assume. Okay, yeah, I would assume it would work like that. There, if you could do it without cover, but yeah, that would be like the instant thing to just make sure because. For massage. Oh, actually, I missed. What would you recommend the third for? Well, Y25M, I am mainly using and said legendaries. Yeah, just damage cards I've covered as Kyra said there as well. Sorry for missing in there. Basically, on all weapons in all ways, damage to targets out of cover. Just by amounts and stuff. Especially also for legendary, where you know stuffs are out in the open quite often. There is a case to be made, and some people do make that case for instance, especially with Headhunter, where DTH, especially as at its 10%, can go into the Headhunter thing, but the damage to targets out of cover doesn't. It kind of goes into its pool as well. But honestly, like that's like too much of ass. Just have detox more times than not, it will help out more.
Vital signs critical.
To be detox and just go with that.
You told my old grab the ammo! Hell no!
You know, the icons just give position away for a lot of stuff, which is by itself very nice. Kind of like, you know, Guardians or Polarity. You kind of know where everybody, well, not everybody, but for instance, as well, I know there's like
Detecting additional
earlier
hostile
there was a
contacts.
patrol there, like even if I had fog of war. But also, like when a wave spawns, all of these icons are gonna be like lit up. I wish they actually didn't show up through walls, but I'm gonna guess that might just cause issues in other ways. Because like if they're like half
Detected.
obscured by car, should it show it? Shouldn't it show it? And then it might not, and then that would be maybe annoying.
Hostile control point.
So they just
nearby.
go, we always show it. Because otherwise it wouldn't be a UI thing, it would have to be kind of attached to the model. Because you could just put, you know, hell, you could just give them hats of like, yeah, you know, or bunny ears. You know, red bunny ears, yellow bunny ears, blue bunny ears, but then not bunny ears, but then something else. But that would also, yeah, be likely more work than this. Let's keep going for some activities. Well, actually, maybe I'll go do a mission. Let's go for a mission, maybe. What has like a pretty chunky boss? Viewpoint, and then we have an LMG guy. Yeah, let's go for viewpoint, and it's LMG guy. Watching one skill duration. Oh yeah, actually, yeah. So skill duration. Like, wait, well, how much was its initial duration, or like whatever? Because you had like skill tier 1 or something there, right? Earlier. I mean, its duration is 30 seconds. And a 37-second cooldown, so... And that looks to be like tier 1. Also, for instance, for this is kind of handy. Like, I know for a fact that there is a name group over there, because... It seems also... I'm not sure if this is actually the case or if I'm just can imagine, but it seems to be like higher veterancies have more of these. Because I definitely feel like at control points and stuff, they have more things. Yeah, let me actually catch up here as well. Does the BTS cover any more information on models and mats, or are we just gonna limbo the moment in that? Because the journey looks fine. There's no friends and enemies. It's a bless. I mean, there is still, you know, the like frenzy parts of frenzy are here still. You know, the red guys do 10% more damage and have movement speed and stuff. The yellow guys can also have sometimes damage reduction, and the blues definitely have a ton of damage reduction, especially against crit builds. Let's also keep in mind, like the damage plus also needs to be kind of balanced in some way, because otherwise it's just power creep, right? We don't need the game to be just easier. It needs to, because that's what I like about the, especially currently, for instance, with Frenzy. You know, some parts are easier because you're just blowing through them, and then some parts are actually harder because you're dealing with, let's say, a legendary boss that has Frenzy, and then that actually gives a challenge, and you have to kind of figure it out in the moment. Yeah, the mules and stuff, so that's already implemented. So the watch points, they have been reset for everybody. They are account wide. That was one of the like first tests kind of in the BDS that we did, which is jumping to different characters. So if I spend like 9 here, I go to a different character, that it's, you know, it's then 27,100 basically. So whatever I spend here is spent. Like it's account wide now. It's no longer character wide. And there's no balance changes to like economy and stuff. But they definitely were talking about it, you know, in the video thingy, in the video package they had. But honestly, as well, everything can be done without watch outs, because like I'm living proof of that. Main account, I haven't had watch outs since season 2 or 3. That's when I created the 4th character on main account, and from there on, you know, we haven't had. Oh, I should actually grab the striker tech tank because also is 300k damage done to me. Does my shield count for that? It's kind of hard to tell here. With although I could just stand in front of an enemy and take some shield damage. Should try that actually. Let's let my thingy decay. I'll just stand in front of a guy and let him shoot my shield and see if we get some bonus armor. Just disappear. Nobody like the icons. Yeah. Although as well, still like currently as well, there are sometimes enemies with frenzy that do not show visually that they have frenzy. Here already as well, I've seen sometimes reductions and the blue wasn't above them. Well, that seems rarer. At the very least, it seems rarer because I've only seen it like once or twice. With frenzy, it's a little bit more noticeable because you see them regenerate. Here as well, it's pretty noticeable, especially blue, because you're doing a lot less damage. So it's very noticeable. The crits are basically halved. And yeah, of course, we had it with Stellite and stuff, and still with, you know, some stuff it's not showing correctly. Yeah, let's go do this just so we have the LMG guy at the end. I kind of want to just see.
Taking the Viewpoint Museum away from True Sons
I'm
will make it
gonna
a lot harder for them to coordinate their troops,
trigger the
spread
thing on him.
misinformation. All communications coming in and out of the building.
But first,
will be
actually, yeah.
controlled from the production studio on the top floor. So you'll need to find it and secure it.
Shoot me.
You had to come here. All right. Turn double cover. Now you
I wouldn't get bonus armor from anything else in this case, right? I'm just, yeah, normally I wouldn't get any bonus armor. So actually it seems like the shield also gives you bonus armor, which that is actually pretty interesting for especially like just taking a bulwark or something. Right, normally I wouldn't generate bonus armor without... Normally, right? Did you take my bonus armor away? Then shoot me again. Interestingly, yeah, hey, it works like Heartbreaker. You have to lose all the bonus armor before it actually reapplies it again. But then also, yeah, does this have a timer? Sorry, could you stop shooting me? Actually, this is. Well, looks like it. Oh wait, no, that's the guy killing me. Does it just disappear at some point? Because it's not generating more. It's kind of acting like Heartbreaker. It's just you have the stacks and you have to kind of lose all the stacks before you can make new fresh stacks. Which is, yeah, a flaw kind of for Heartbreaker. Will be a flaw for this as well. That working with shield is interesting because that's free intimidate, basically. Well, we'll run that in a minute. First, I kind of want to let's run this thing, get a feel for. There's no yellow. I thought that was still that was with the ACS then, but I wonder. What? Oh, you're still alive. Okay, I was wondering why the turret was shooting me, but I didn't kill you. That's why. Oh yeah, chip here. So new exalt this against the modifier that limits crits.
Hostile radio intercepted.
This is Wade.
The new exalt.
So, the division thinks they can just come
Which
in here.
one?
They don't know who they're fucking with. Go dark.
Because
Wait
none
for
of
the
them
signal,
really have.
Then corner
As against the modifier that limits crits. Is that accurate? Something there being crit limit bypass. Unsure where the. Oh yeah, no, there is a crit limit bypass. It's not an exotic. It's this thing. So this thing, the main thing that you get as red is you get crit chance, and this can bypass the cap. So the crit chance that you get from this bonus, from the firearms bonus. So now I'm basically at, actually at 5. So having the full 10 crit chance, and then actually if we go to my stat screen, I'm 62 crit chance. So normally this build is 52, this goes to 62. The good thing as well is they have implemented it correctly for Coyote. So Coyote applies first, and then that. Although Coyote, like, it can waste, or will waste if it's going over 60, of course. But it is at least applying first, because actually if Coyote was applying after, it would just not apply, right? Because it can't go over 60. But yeah, there's basically now a way of going over 60. And then actually, especially for instance on a red build or something, you can get 100 per chance, basically. Or more, even. So every shot a crit. Here as well, actually, if I... Oh no, I don't have Coyote, but... So yeah, here, once I trigger it, I get basically 92 per chance. And my crit also goes up because of the other. But that's the main modifier. As well as I'm kind of confused for like, wait, where the exact? Oh yeah, so this guy has both the blue and the yellow, and he had a skill deployed. So he had the 33% reduction and half damage on crit. So he took a lot of shots. Okay, luckily does not have anything to deploy. This place is very facing dependent, so yeah, me facing that way. Also like the 31 to 40. Yeah, I'm also like, I mean, I even spent some time getting some of that gear and stuff together and such, of course, right, for watch alting. But yeah, watch alting is just gonna disappear. And honestly, I'm actually in favor of it. I think it's better for the game for that to not exist, but then also that needs to, at some point, there needs to be a rebalance of the economy. Because the only two things that you really have there that really hurt if you don't have watch alts is super unicorns and expertise. And expertise definitely can be done without watch alts. Like I've done that on main account. I did expertise without watch alting ever, because no, it wasn't even an option. But that was also then back then to 20 and then maintaining it. So it wasn't a grind to 30. It was a grind to 20 basically, and then maintaining it each season, which is of course not the same as somebody coming into it now. But also it wasn't a great solution for that. And they could, yeah, they just need to hell. So yeah, I've put it forward, either cap it at, well, definitely cap it at 30 at the very least. If you're not capping it at 30, or if you want to do even more, cap it at 20. Just, that solves so much. If you cap it at 20, reimburse everybody that spent over 20. And, because yeah, you can just take the items and just calculate back how much they spent on it. That way as well, people have more than enough items to get to 20, and then the completionist can go further, or you just proficiency an item because you want to put rating on it. But once you kind of hit 20, you're good, and that's like a much more doable grind. Or at the very least, make the running an item, make it, you know, whatever 3 challenging countdowns is basically, or basically an item to be proficient or something, which is now like 7-8 times that, because you don't even need to change the way that it is for, you know, for getting it with resources. It would be much better if they changed the way of getting it for running the shit. Also, yeah. Damage bench here. The Z grind, I will miss that. I will miss that as well. But also, I miss, for instance, as well, World Tier 5. It's actually, yeah, I had a character at World Tier 5. But honestly, I feel like same there. Like the level 40 now not being tied to that, or not being, a lock point for anything. That needed to happen for Brooklyn anyway. Because now we are basically, the level 40 is just general, and then the 2 expansions are just the mass, the land masses. But yeah, that went away. And, yeah. But there's enough fun things to do. The thing is that, like, for most of us, it's likely we're not grinding it at the moment, right? We're just doing one here, one there, and then it's fun as just, a different thing to do. That's also not what is often happening, because I on account 3 I wanted to just get expertise done. I was like on 24 or actually no, back then it was like 26, and I was like on maybe like 21 or something. And I grinded out a lot of watch ults, and I was only like 1800 or such, so it wasn't going fast. And I definitely kind of burned myself out in doing that. And I'm definitely not the only one. So I feel it's overall better for the health of the game for that to not exist. Also, that always made so watch outs by itself always made resources basically meaningless, right? On main account, I care actually a lot about just grabbing all the loot and deconstructing it. On second and third account, I gave 0 fucks about going around and grabbing all the loot and all the drops and stuff. So, but yeah, main account, I would go out of my way to grab all the, deconstruct all these for the resources. So it gives a little bit of a something to do. Although actually on main account it won't, because actually on main account I'm getting reset to like having 30k watch points. I'm almost thinking of like on main account trying to go for the Habsburg pieces, using up a lot of the watch points on that, or just even all of them, and then still having kind of the grind. Because actually for my case, like I kind of enjoy, actually caring about resources. Because honestly, if I'm like reset to 30k resources or something, like that'll last me forever anyway. Although not really, because in my case as well, on all of my characters, I'm like below 2, or I'm around 2k resources remaining. Oh, this guy's so this seems more than 33% reduction. Because if I'm normally hitting for 400 and I was hitting for like 200, it kind of depends. It's a stacking build. It would be easier to see without a stacking build. That reduction seems more than 33 on yellow with deployed. Handling optimized is yeah. Also, yeah, just by itself, like even without the detalk, just that weapon handling would be more than enough to carry it. And then maybe you just go 2, you start with like 2 detalk at the skill tier 0, and then 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, and then maybe like 18 for overcharge or something, right? Much lower values. Even just putting damage on a skill is like silly to me. Putting weapon damage or something that affects weapon damage, like we don't have that. I have no idea why they're like what they're thinking there. Same for Streamlined. Like it's way too big of a number. Is that one 40 DZ? I think I'll come into harder without. I mean, you can still like, yeah, you can't like do a mule and also get that along the way, but you can still, you know, do that or just go around at level at sub 40. It'll actually be quieter now, likely, right? Not less competition even. They should lower the exoticas of increasing the expertise on gear at 20 now. It's really expensive. Yeah, although it is very like it's a super end game thing, right? One thing I would hope they would actually add to it is at least that you can kind of recoup what you've spent, because especially with the rebalances, I have a lot of weapons in my stash now that won't get used much, but they still have, you know, grade 20 Banshee, grade 20 RPK, stuff like that. I wish we could just, you know, get the exotic components back, or even an amount, basically, maybe like 80% of what we spent or something back, at the very least, or so. That would be good systems for that. The deal is Nasir is good for to go down. Yeah, especially even in Descent. Like in Descent, that thing is gonna be a go-to, like instantly. What? Yeah. But also out of Descent, because 6 skill tiers for 60 weapon damage, or well, no, 6 picks at the end for 60 weapon damage, or do you take 6 skill tier and then have that thing? Like, to me, that's a like no-brainer. Heartbreaker is still not stacking on the Blacklist mini tanks. No. So yeah, but Heartbreaker just Although we'll test here, but that's not something they're gonna touch. I know. Put a smiley. This is the original spot. I would always put a smiley, and then we had to wait here with teams anyway. So because it doesn't also stack on turrets and stuff normally. So let's see if we get a turret deployed at some point here. I'm gonna actually leave this engineer alive, although I foamed him. Can I shoot you out without hitting you? Oh, I can. Huh. Or maybe that timed out, basically. I don't know there. Could either of you deploy your turret? Oh, he deployed. Yeah, no stacks. But yeah, that's always been the... Well, that's not always been the case. That was a patch thing originally for... You could stack on your own decoy, even in, PvP and DZ. So, as you can imagine, that made Heartbreaker a little bit too good, especially back then as well. Heartbreaker was self-multiplicative, so it was It was a 2.7 multiplier, 170 amp, basically, for 100 stacks.
Look for the transmission control module. It handles all communications going in and
And
out
as
of
you can imagine, that's... Oh, I need to record invaded... So there's a weird thing in invaded viewpoint. If you come here, you can interact with something through the wall. And... I need to actually record that for things and stuff at some point. Oh, wow. Haven't done the defense, actually. Or, wait.
Okay, stay by the module and make sure...
Gonna try to make them all spawn over there. These waves are very facing dependent, so as long as I'm kind of facing here, it's not guaranteed per se, because especially as well, like if somebody flanks me and I'm kind of have to turn around to kind of deal with them, I might be facing a different way when the wave spawns. But here as well, I'm just gonna let that foam guy go and just kill the rat, and then we'll turn around. Well, actually, some spawned up there. Still, but still, we had to kill most of them without any.
Site facilities are reset to default or under direct SHD control.
It's good to hear.
Stash next
Comms coming
season.
online and true sons are in the dark.
What do you mean? What's happening with the stash?
communications facilities.
No, it's if you mean like you haven't heard it yet, it's like the watch points here. These are now account wide. So if I spend it here, it doesn't matter if I have a different character. It's not per character anymore. It's per account. So
Get to the roof.
if I spend the point here, it's also spent across all the characters. So that means that like if you create a watch alt, you have the same amount as any of your other characters.
Electromagnetic charge.
But no, that doesn't affect other things. So projects and stuff, that's still per character. Like each of these characters has their own projects and stuff. It's just those watch points. Those watch points are becoming account wide. So there's basically no more use for watch alts specifically. So alts of, but yeah, still for projects and stuff, there is still value there.
75%.
Agent, you've got to stop Wade. We need that radio mast. You won't be able to use your shade tech as long as that EMP jammer is active. Take it out.
System
But also one of the things, for instance, that I'm looking forward to,
curtailed.
and also some others that I know, is if you don't need that watch alt slot, and you don't need the character per se, or you're not going for that character,
Electromagnetic
hardcore.
charge depleted.
I'm likely gonna already kind of replace. Maybe on second account we'll go for 2 hardcore characters as well. Like towards the end of the season, just do a hardcore to 40, and just by myself. Because yeah, you can get boosted and stuff. You can go really fast. But I wouldn't mind actually going through the whole game for a ring anyway. So that'll kind of incentivize that, I feel, as well a little. Oh yeah, I was gonna do this. Although yeah, this guy has blue, so but still. When I trigger my active, stuff just melts. It's kind of cool. Because also I want to point out I have 102 crit chance and 181 crit damage. We're guaranteed crits. Diamondback, eat your heart out. At least while it was active. And I had like a ton more weapon damage, a ton more headshot damage.
For coordinating their troops and spouting their horse shit. Once we get the radio mast repaired and operational.
But then afterwards, I go back to like not being at tier 5 anymore, so I lose a lot of damage. But if it's at like at end of a fight, you could just trigger it like that. Yeah, let's take this one back to base. Kind of curious how this will work for. Because wait, we have one that was. Because parts of this as well actually incentivize hybridization. Because one of the things we could go for, try. Haze value is added as skill damage. So here we can gain 1 skill tier. Also, yeah, just like a skill tier by itself is already pretty powerful. Farm zone, your skill duration is critical at that. Let's actually try running a Turtron hybrid. Let's go to character tree where we have the striker one. One reason I like this skill itself. Yeah, I mean, I actually in Division 1 I run smart cover quite a bit. That's also why, like, so a bunch of people going like, "Oh, it's why did they make it a sticky?" I'm like, that's exactly what it was in Div 1 as well. It was a sticky, but everybody, you would just instant use it in cover, so you would just tap it onto the cover that you're on. That was the instant use of it. If you didn't instant use it, it would be a sticky. Same for the first aid. Basically, it was also sticky. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah. Let's go with this. for the Striker third-turn hybrid. I like here as well. I don't have actually. Wait, maybe we go with the mortar. Because what was this one was 50% of your haste is skill damage on top. So let's maybe go with a mortar. Because this has no skill haste almost. So we'll only have like watch plus memento. Let's actually go with a mortar for a second. What's it? Snack away on some cheeses. I always find this funny today. One of the reasons I was actually planning on jumping on way earlier than I did, but I didn't in the end because it's a national holiday in the Netherlands, which is King's Day. It used to be Queen's Day, but it's nowadays. Oh, actually, it's also this time it's a weekend. I don't know if this is like the one-time thing or they're gonna do it like this from now on. But yeah, it's a lot of orange and stuff going around, and a lot of drinking. Funny thing is as well, just I went to kind of check in at work and stuff, and it's like super busy. But I got also just ended like almost like 3 times in a row or something. Somebody handed me a beer, and nowadays I don't drink anymore. So each time as well, I just went like to somebody else, like, "Hey, you want this beer?" Or, somebody got it for me. I'm not drinking. It's just, and then somebody else would come with like, "Oh, I got you a beer too." But yeah, it was funny that like happened. Yeah, literally 3 times. Where do we go for? What is a good mortar fight? Errant space. But yeah, I almost came home as well with orange cheese. Because yeah, everything's orange with that. Yeah, so let's take this, and then yeah, modifier wise. So instead of this, we take this. We have a bunch of haste. Instead of this, we take. Oh, the thing was, I was gonna go for a hybrid style, but. Well, actually, yeah, signature weapon damage is not the worst. For sure. Yeah, we'll go with this. I could actually then maybe take a red as well. And just scale duration. And let's take that once we're all tiered up. We'll get a tier as well there. But we won't start with that. Although the yellow enemies have reduced skill damage amounts. So that's kind of the balancing factor. Let's go be in here. Because by itself. Wait, let's actually check this out. So I have 3.99. And if I take this off, I have also 3.99. Is it that one's not showing in there? Or maybe I need to use the skill ones or something. 3.99. What's this one? Yeah. Oh, while at electronic tier 5. Not on electronic tier 5. But that's good then. So now we're on 399. Let's see what we become in a second.
The ramp to the parking garage looks like your best way in.
Oh, that just, I was like, how did I do that little damage with that? But I only hit the, I only hit the barrel there. Headshot.
Lay down some cover.
Serious trauma detected.
And there you go, around my hive. That's not what we were. Let's also get the medic. But yeah, they definitely missed the movement speed.
Relax. I got.
Because, of course. But
Take this, motherfucker.
should just have taken a sticky or a seeker. Hive isn't for this part. Hive is more for other parts. But also, generally, a mortar build is not per se an like solo build. The whole point of it is to kind of spawn camp. The only places it can kind of spawn camp is if it's getting supported by other players. I don't know, can I land it there? Thank you. So also just trying to get to tier 5 so we can have the bonus and see how much higher it goes.
Are they okay? You are getting away. Firing!
One free explosion to the face because we're demo per minute. Is there more waves? I'm gonna guess there's not more waves, but well,
I got your division right here.
are we? Yeah. A million more, 20% more. I'll take that. I'll take that. Is it hardcore modifiers next season and on PTS? Yeah. Oh well, so to be clear, it is called hardcore. We're not talking about hardcore mode. this one, you know, the other one was called Rogue Momentum, the one point blank. This is called hardcore. It doesn't have anything to do with, you know, the mode. Just for confusion.
Sun's munitions detected.
Because now as well, for extra confusion, although the thing is, at least with the other one, which is Overlord, where we have, you know, I'm farming for Overlord. Oh, do you mean the brand bonus? Or do you mean the rifle shot, basically? Or do you mean the shotgun? Because nobody's farming for the shotgun, so...
Immediate medical assistance needed.
That's the answer there. But now,
What they're doing here.
I'm running measured. Oh, do you mean final... what was it? What's it called even? Measured something? Or...
The crafty bastards.
Or the talents, weapon talents. Wait, what's that thing called? The gear sets? No, Armaments is the measured assembly. Because yeah, that's gonna be, although it's 99% of the time it's gonna be measured, but that's also annoying for the 1% where it isn't, and then you assume they're running just, they're just talking about their weapon talent.
Tag anything useful, announce it in a
But then
recovery
suddenly a
email.
mortar
Blow
gets
the shit out of
diffused.
anything too dangerous.
Holy, in three. Without Incinco.
Sun's reinforcements incoming.
Keep moving. We need to clear the next hall.
Can we get over 10? We're still below 10. Although actually that one landed kind of. Although I'm doing it the wrong way around. We need armor as well.
When you're done fucking things up there,
Keep moving. You still got 2 halls to clear.
Because normally trying to get over 10 is not... Oh, I blew... Oh, my hive blew all this. Trying to get over 10 is sometimes kind of hard to do with the mortar. You can with overcharged one, you can with like other things.
So cut through the planetarium.
Active,
Gotta secure that ordnance.
you know, status effects from teammate or something.
The third rock from the sun. Our home may not be the center of our universe, but so far,
Let's see if we can get a 10 with just insane.
life as we know it. In the vast reaches of space, it's irrational to think that our and sustaining life. We know that Mars once had vast
The
oceans
last wave here is all elites, right?
found on Earth.
Well,
Of a supernova.
it's a
While no
reduction.
other planet of our solar system
I should have
sustains life, it's possible
Format it
that
is.
the building blocks that allowed organisms
Thing is that actually what I should take as well. Did I take that? The specialization weapon one? Yeah.
like you and me
Oh, for each. Oh, well, so 50% increase
of a dying star.
once I have firearms tier up. Which I have up. Because of kills. I feel the trade-off quite often of just like not using the active. Well, the thing is, yeah, if you use the active, you're just melting everything. Very oh, landed on the wing there. How had I not aggroed the stuff in the back? That was weird. Right. You're perfect for what I'm trying to test. Maybe I put it on this side.
Without the barrier! On the enemy flank! Pressing the enemy! Shit!
So I should recycle that.
Screw you, agent!
Where did the medic go? Or did I kill him accidentally in some way? Guess he was in a mortar blast or something. And one of the things with like mortars on demo is you generate so much ammo. Every day is. You know what? I'm gonna have those guys and then let's go mortar these guys.
At one point, more than 3.8 billion years ago, one-third of the Martian
There's
surface
a 9
had
something.
been covered by ocean. Martian exploratory
9.5.
have sent back evidence of more recent water flows.
That's
as
actually
well.
interesting. It might actually be worthwhile to like not have contractors, just to have the. Although nah, the contractors would still be a bigger bonus. But yeah. Oh, as well. I have a status of skill damage here, right? Yeah. So I can have a haste here as well for another one.
Mars largely is ice at the Martian
Well, actually, if we're getting to a 9.5 with insane, capacitor should be able to reach 10, maybe,
pours brines in the Martian soil.
with just a mortar hit. That's what I didn't know. It's just called hardcore. But yeah, you're also not you're not the first to run into it. Definitely.
Friendly is KIA! Just in cover!
Let's charge up the Bacitore. Well, I can also just test this at the right. But yeah, I kind of wanted to use it in anger. Gee, how much? 5.2. Nice.
Mechanical components detected.
What?
Agent,
I have 6 and
provide me
6.
the parts.
What? Wait, yeah, so how does this work with tier 5? I mean, I should just weapon swap on that. Is it just when I reach 5 once, or is it? Ah. My nemesis. Although actually it'll be good for getting the capacitor kind of charged down. And there's a spot here to jump down, which is kind of the fastest way to get down. And we're not going for the balloons or anything. Actually deconstruct that. You know what I'm going to do actually? So, although this is like way too overkill for what we're up against here. That I'm gonna double tap there, so it's locked. Wait, what? Did unlock? Okay. Excuse me. Did I change the mechanic of this? This is. Wait, is this just too close or something? No, normally because. Normally just. Huh. That's not how it currently is, right? In normal game. It unlocks itself when I... Is it just me going away? Yeah. Huh. Once I move a decent amount. Or is it... No, so this doesn't matter. Doesn't seem time dependent, but just... Well, honestly... Normally, no, I've done this before, right? I've done this actually a bunch of times. We just mark a door and then just kind of go and get the rest. But okay. Honestly, also not against that because yeah, one of the things that mortar players do with mortar way too often is accidentally lock it to somewhere and then be very confused because also yeah, you know, if you don't know that that is a mechanic. I'm gonna mortar myself.
They wouldn't even need a guidance system to hit the White House or a settlement.
Kind of goes without saying.
What happened to my defense? Was it on cooldown? No, I wasn't. Yeah. Yeah, let's look at the range for a second. Because normally I don't walk. Well, no, I do because sometimes it's like if you're doing it. I recently did that even with. Trying to get the mortar or like explosive kills with the journey.
I've got the biggest inventory in DC.
Weird change. But yeah, actually, let's see. Can we reach up to 10 million? With Capacitore. Oh, it might have been on cooldown from the heavy still. That felt like more than a minute before. Why am I... Let's do it like this. Let's make it very hard. No, that was still on 9 something. Because if you can have your general shot speed at 10, that would be kind of cool. Nah, we're not going over 9.5s. How much does this thing normally hit for, actually? Let's get the collection. Over here, 1 point something. That's 8 something, right? 8.1. That's a pretty big increase. 9.5 actually will be enough for elites even because hey, there it is. the bleed will then like kill them. So. Actually test that. I'm gonna actually turn off damage numbers. The sliver. Oh, actually, I'm not on 5. That thing isn't active here. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, no, the capacitor would then go over. Because, yeah, with capacitor, it is 9 something. And then, you know, we're still... What are we still getting then? Because we're getting this still, right? Well, this is just cooldowns. Time a skill is used, your other skill's cooldown is reduced. This is then just a triggered percentage then, right? Because, wait, how does this actually... Okay. The jump there, but wasn't even that noticeable. Depends actually how long of a... Because also... Yeah, that was for 1 charge. So with a charge thing, this isn't that useful actually. Can I have my head back? Let's try it with a sticky then. Or Seekers. Seekers have like super long reload. Or reload. Like before they come back. Okay, so yeah, at trigger it seems to... But can I not... I'm curious now. Well, likely I need to record it just so I can... So we can watch it back actually and just see exactly what is happening. Does it once, definitely. Does it twice. That's actually interesting. So we can just... Yeah, no, it's definitely... It seems to be of the remaining, because it's a much bigger jump at the start than it is, because that's also... It seems to be from the remaining cooldown. Because like on the first one, it's 3 seconds almost, but if I do it here, it's like, that was 2. If I do it here, that was just 1. Post descent commendation bugs are out of 10. What is the post descent commendations bug? That's interesting. So yeah, this reduction seems to be about how much actually you have remaining. So on a skill that's like on a long duration, but if you like hit it at the last moments, but yeah, you can repeatedly do it, like just yeah, deploy and undeploy a turret, because that is just a 1 second kind of deal. Yeah. So let's maybe take it to the turret-drone hybrid for a sec as well. I'm kind of curious how this will work with kind of going for some of those hybrid stuff.
Safe area detected.
Oh, let's grab a Striker turret-drone hybrids. Let's take It's like a salt link. So we'll definitely load it up because yeah, crit build. We'll take multitasker because a skill tier. I could actually drop a skill tier as well. And just kind of rely on that one. What do I need? I need the crit chance one. Let's get that one in. I'm sure she might even have a red. Because one of the things as well, you can always like swap it in once you have it. But actually here, I'm just going to coast on the thingies. Let's stay, or actually, oh yeah, I can do, is this crit damager? I can just take a normal, or wait, why is hers crit chance? There we go. Swap that one for now. Although which the other one now be a crit chance here. No, it's okay. So we even drop a tier and we just try to get it through this. Once we have all 5 attributes or all attributes in tier 5, crit damage from there. So guess I'm taking the skill damage one here because nothing else here really appeals. Looks like that as our combo. Yes, yeah. I see a Cairo there. We'll go and just smack him once with the bell. Oh yeah, let's go. Let's go be up here actually. Let's go for that control point. Yeah, new accommodations gonna be good. Oh, okay. I just, yeah, I've so often an exclamation point on the commendations there
Civilians in danger.
that I just don't even look at. Because as always, basically. At least nowadays they fixed the apparel one, that you don't have it always there as well, but yeah. On progression, still as well, whenever you matchmake with newer players and they are getting pop-ups from comms and stuff. Which kind of sucks. To a degree that I didn't even know that the scent was giving that as well. Now, extra patrol coming back. Let's go for the classic position. We'll go up here. And yeah, this place is actually there. I can use that spot to hide if somebody rushes me. Ask me why I do that out of habit. Because I used to actually play a lot of third drone hybrid, and let's go for just engaging.
Civilians in distress.
Just also get strikers stacked up, so. Oh, that guy, yeah, has blue and yellow, and he has a turret deployed, so yeah, I kind of need to kill the turret, actually. Making him a much easier kill. Also, actually, in this is interesting, because, you know, for instance, on that guy, I should let my skills kill that guy. I think I'll enjoy this quite a bit about next season. You know, that guy is resistant to crit, let the turret and drone kill them, and I'll go for the ones that have yellow because they're resistant to my turret and drone. Kinda, yeah. This I could see being kind of enjoyable of a just mini game kind of thing. You know, polarity switch style where you kind of just have, hey, deal with this extra thing, and if you do it right, you can actually get it to go a little faster. now we're at skill tier, or we're now at tier 5 in electronics. Now is when that thing comes in. The skill hasting, although I won't have any skill haste here except for the watch until I have my memento charged on. As there as well, normally like I would go and charge up my memento with something and then actually go fragrance. But here as well, even with an uncharged memento, well, as well we can go coyote instead of memento. That's why it's saved with 5 pieces anyway. Maybe that duration one isn't actually even that bad of an idea. Because usually, the northern drone are just a little shorter than what the capture control point kind of is for this build.
Civilians in distress.
Shared by group in BTS? No. Priority objectives haven't been touched. It's the journey stuff that's been touched. So journey stuff, it seems to... well, I haven't tested it. I wouldn't mind actually... although yeah, I should just load up the PTS on my like second account there, and just so I can control both ends. But the journey stuff, they were talking about it being group wide now. So basically, in the same way, like the challenges with some of the global events where they're shared basically between everyone.
Reinforcements incoming.
Making journey, because yeah, journey definitely in some parts was just like you gotta do this alone. You still likely will have parts where like it's just you need some enemies to die in a certain way, so it's just easier if you don't have other players, killing them in the other ways. than what you're intending for them. But it just being shared, yeah, will make it so much easier. I wonder though if, how that actually works with like modifiers that I don't have active and stuff being required. Did they get chased all the way out south there? They did, didn't they? NPCs fighting NPCs breaks a lot of shit. But I kind of like the gameplay of this, of just like, not that matters that much, but yeah, definitely like my turret and my drone can kill those blues a lot faster than, or well, they're the obvious targets for them, and then same the other way around. Like I shouldn't put my skills on somebody who has a yellow.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
That seems to, I'm not really getting the vibe that skill there got the armor. I'm not getting the vibe here that like seems very inconsistent with how it's spawning the marks. Like some waves just have all the marks and then quite often barely any on some of the others. Wait, are you a part of this? Are you both part of this? Let's actually, so did they still for bounties have season? Yeah, okay. Because yeah, they could have broken some stuff here. Speaking of which, let's go do a bounty. And the thing with priority objectives and making it group wide, it's obvious. Like, there's a few obvious ways to break it. That you would have to account for, and most of those would also, if you try to account for them, would make it annoying for if somebody disconnects or something, or deltas, because you can't know if it was intentional or not. And if you do it intentionally, you could, because yeah, how does it split the priority objective like across the things? Is it just the leader that has it, or is it the group? And then if it is the group, then what happens if the leader leaves? Does he get to keep his? Because it's also, you know, he might have rerolled for it and stuff. Now you're kind of stuck in a situation where you have to give it to the leader and not the leader. And then, like, if the rest of the team does it and they come back, kind of, you know, like saving floor 100, how do you deal with that? And then also, if you just drop it the second the group kind of disbands or something, what happens if somebody deltas? Because now if one person deltas, then the whole priority objective has to, like, fail, because otherwise you're opening it up to those things. And that's kind of the obvious thing with that. I think the thing to kind of see priority objectives as is it's mostly for just the solo players and stuff, or if you're like going in and really trying to farm exotic components. And then also solo. But it's just a kind of more of a solo thing, and that's kind of fine, you know. There's plenty of things that are, you know, just groupable. Now we have a thing that is just really just much better solo. Also interesting, yeah, we have no rate of fire basically at all in this season thing. Which is good.
That's the target, Agent.
Oh, I hope this doesn't bug out, because we're going the wrong way, kind of. So yeah, you guys go for that. I'll go for this and that.
I got one. Go for the flank. Yeah, bro. Need help here.
As I always love in here, you can shoot at this light and then you're like, oh, actually. And I, oh wait, no, my third and my drone should be going for that one. I should be going for that one.
Target neutralized. Good work.
I'm just spawning underneath me.
That's your target.
Wait, is it gonna spawn them all here? It also has the next room available, technically. I'm gonna actually finish this guy.
Target down. Good job.
Mini tank. Why am I even why am I even looking at loot? This loot isn't real. I do want the mementos. The destruct exotic April Fool things. Did they get an exotic component then? Yes. That was a kind of the thing with them as well, because, you know, a lot of people were going like, this kind of sucks, but stuff, but no, it was also just free exotic components, a bunch. What you got this construction address exactly?
Jammer on the way.
It's basically a bunch of free. What? Why is it? Okay. Wasn't showing the model there. It's kind of odd.
Hostile artillery turret.
Oh, did the heavy die? Okay. Let's get that out of here. You two go there. Muff. Yeah, let's go upstairs. Oh, skills also can. Oh no, that's his. Okay, that's not a skill. That's the drone thingy. Oh no, it was actually a skill for him.
You got the target. Nice.
Okay, luckily it didn't go one area further because that bugs it out. Because there's sometimes in, although I think they fixed that at some point as well.
That's another one down. Good job, Agent.
Like it always forces it to spawn here. Because if it goes to the next room, we can't get up there. So, because it is like a one-way thing, so it's supposed to go like just in one route. But it's another bounty. I'm gonna say that I didn't get any of them. Well, I got one of them and just deconstructed it for the thing to kind of like see it for myself. But yeah, that week we're just in Division 1. I was kind of hoping they would do it for like 2 weeks.
Crap. I forgot to check the oil level.
But then yeah, the week after the other event started. So. Easter event. And then we know there's an extra patrol there just from the icons. So these guys are not per se supposed to be here.
Jammer on the way.
Or well, they're not part of the bounty.
Man down.
I should check. So it just shows skill tier 6, right? Yeah. So yeah, this is actually a kind of cool thing because we can take the skill tier from that, and then as long as we're just not hitting the active, once we have it, basically. Letting me have another red, and then it still gives me the skill tier needed for skill tier 6. That's from the... I think that passive is also really good. I mean, this is definitely going to go into, like, if you're running red, it's going to be loaded up, multitasker, and then is it this one? Yeah, the best kind of defense. 1. It's force of habit. What am I leading? Because I'm kind of better off actually just not triggering the assaulting, even though it gives a ton of damage, but then afterwards for quite a bit I'm pretty low on damage. So might as well just not trigger it and just have consistent a little bit more damage.
You asshole! We got an agent to kill!
Also, I should put them... I should take that one.
That's your target.
And all of these guys have skill reduction, although that's the thing here as well. I'm running a trooper and hybrid. The two skills here aren't per se set up to like really be like hitting super hard or anything. They're more there as decoys. They're more there to just do a little bit of damage and be decoys for me, basically. Because I am glass perfectly. So, a little bit of a safety net, not the worst.
Supply room access unlocked.
Yeah, I can just deploy my turret like that as if I really needed my haste back. I wonder how that works with scavenge skills. not be
room
used to
access
bypass.
unlocked.
Yeah. Otherwise, you could only deploy your skill once. I wouldn't per se. You couldn't cycle it like that. So, oh yeah, let's just engage from here. You two go there. I'll go for this one.
Agent, target spotted.
It's interesting that there is no decay to the tree. Like, that's also why they aren't talking at all about like any, like, it decays over this much, over this many seconds or so. There just isn't. Oh, I could also actually go not technician, although we would want to be technician because we're also faster here. But, and also the skills. But technically, like, don't need technician. Yeah. We will get the skill tier from someone.
You got the target. Nice. That's your target.
Go for that one.
Hostile assault turret detected.
I know. The blue is just painful enough that it's kind of, yeah, kind of like Stellite or Frenzy. And there is still a challenge to it.
Target neutralized. Good work.
Because also then the thing becomes there, for instance. I could have triggered my
Looks like you earned
active,
yourself
like if I
another
really
bounty.
need the
Well
damage
done.
more. Force of habit. Yeah, let's take this back to base. Yeah, no. So yeah, there doesn't seem to be any decay, or maybe I'm going like, or it's just really slow. The decay though, like for instance, yeah, if we go to a shared space, we lose it, kind of like memento stacks and stuff. Or it might like have a really long, like if the same as like memento, like if you for 5 minutes don't do anything, it might get reset. But the main reset mechanic is especially, yeah, you can alt basically. Triggering the active always resets it all back to baseline. That's kind of the thing, it seems. But yeah, there doesn't seem to be... So you can kind of just get it charged up, memento style, and then you just keep it, like, generally. Yeah, let's actually go to... Let's actually go to character 1 for a second. Because I wouldn't mind actually just trying a thing out. Headhunter's Fury. We have now a 60 pistol damage brand bonus.
Priority objective available, Agent.
Does that in any way
Safe area
make
entered.
anything useful? Headhunter's Fury. Because if we go... I have a headshot ninja bike in here. Or is it not headshot? Oh, no, it's not headshot. Swap this. That, and then just, yeah, let's... Also, actually, yeah, is...
Good trading with you, Agent.
Does it always come with... I mean, yeah, the stats are going to be fixed, right? So... So the mask... Oh, it is random here. Okay, so let's go get the one from the other character then. Oh, wait, that's interesting. Because in the past, oh no, this cache wouldn't do... no, this cache would always like roll the same stats, right? Normally. Oh yeah, which character was that, or did I put it in the stash? Eminence Armaments. It's character 4 actually. Yeah, let's go to them. Because they have one that already has Headhunter. It's kind of in the same way as Lengmo. There is value to this one for pistols because, you know, we basically get 3 plus 20s. Although the high ends maybe is like the obvious way to go actually with it. Because with the high end, we can also have DNH there for another 20. What's it? Yeah, so I got this one earlier. So. And also, yeah, the visuals of it and the logo are placeholder. For those wondering why it has the shiny monkey logo and it looks like Grupo gear. That. It's placeholder. Same for the Tinkerer mask there. It looks like the Catharsis still, even when equipped and stuff. It just doesn't have the visuals of it yet.
Priority objective available.
Safe area.
Shut up, Anna. Shut up, available, Anna. There you go. So, does this make sense? I feel it does. No, not that, though. The other one. That's Chainkiller. It's basically versus the Memento version. We're losing the regen, that kind of stuff, of course, from Memento. But we had 20 DNH. We had 30 from Memento. Just a long buff, basically. This is by itself 65, because also we get that first piece. So that's 15 more. With the Memento versus the Memento version, we're already like the backpack talent wasn't there anyway to begin with, so we're not competing as a backpack talent. But then this as well doesn't have the downsides of the Memento as well. That regen and stuff is nice, being able to just fast travel to, you know, to just the safe house and not you lose all all your buffs. Because versus an empty Memento, this is definitely better. Let's grab a grade 25 Regulus, or whatever Regulus, and let's grab a Harvest with Determined. Let's take the Bulwark Shield as well, actually, here, and actually go with Sharpshooter, maybe. We'll go Technician for the tier. Let's go Technician for the tier. Yeah, this looks... Let's actually start with Determined. Let's go see how this feels. This definitely feels like a good alternate version. And this might actually be, for me, it's also a good way of having an alternate pistol headhunter. Because we'll keep the, you know, the Memento, or, well, the thing is as well, if you're going Vigilance plus thingy, the thing is, these cores have value. The shield here comes from that. Let's just go after some black disc. The Memento, yeah, kind of needs to charge up before it's actually going, but then you have that regen and stuff, but yeah, you can't fast travel to safe houses. And then this is like, it's It's kind of like the Ninja Bike Headhunter Tech Tank versus the Memento one. Each has their benefits, but then this also then allows me to like have this be on a different character, because I do actually like the pistol headhunters. I like the character tree, but I would have to see what our character do. Name group here, way too many icons, moving our bits. And also, so here, the blues, that's a crit damage reduction. So I give 0 shits. I'm headshotting. 3 to 5. Enough to start on a red. 15. And then, although it's with the modifier on as well. Although here I have crit, we get crit chance from that, so that's not that impactful here. But actually, we can get headshot, right? We can get this and that. So yeah, that and then multitasker. But then loaded up doesn't make any sense for this because that's crit based. We could go actually with specialized for and then actually attack 50. Like, why not? Well, actually, is there anything that gives us protection from elite? Sounds decent as well. Disrupt resistance seems decent as well. Hazard protection. Okay. In this case, let's go for PFE. Well, what is the PFE contingent on? Also, I need to pee again. Per blue color, so we have one blue core, so we have 5 PFE. That's not impactful. And 3-2, so yeah, we can start. Because none of my passives are active and I only have crit chance, so. We're starting with 3 to 5. So enough to start on a red anyway. At least with a headshot. And then only the yellow, if they have their skill deployed, will get in this build.
Location guarded by hostiles.
Because this guy is the red, he's actually going in front of these guys. Yeah, what's the cap? 16-ish. Yeah, 16-7. All that sounds pretty good. This is likely going to get added to the build collection as is, like this. Unlikely on character 2 or 3. Because I don't mind having one of these like pistol ones, especially the super cheesy determined ones, of course. They're pretty good for when you're just doing activities. Well, as you know, so yeah, character 2 already has the Headhunter Tech Tank, which is similar in play anyway. So likely we'll get it to character 3. They're kind of filled up. I might actually get rid of that tank build, like the super tank. I haven't used that thing in like 4 seasons. This is the testing.
Hostile control point identified.
That is on character 3, right? Yeah, this like explosive resistance and it's gonna go just live in the stack. This explosive resistance and hazard protected setup. We'll get rid of this for this and then get character 3. This as their kind of pistol headhunter. And I'm quite happy. So it turns out the gear or the brand set is red core. Because otherwise, if this wasn't red core, I was kind of expecting it to be maybe blue core. This would have been a super unicorn. Without that, it's not. It's just a rarer piece. It's not even like a unicorn. So only 2 pieces, Ninja Bike, 3-piece Hotshot, or 3-piece Hotshot, 3-piece Hunter's Fury. Although, yeah, the high-end I think also has some value. The high-end version could definitely have some value. We'll play around between the two. But actually, this seems like the build if for those people that go, you know, that are on day one, they want to get something new out with the new gear and stuff, you know, just so they can go, this is the new meta. This is kind of the build. It's making use of the new pieces in the way that kind of makes sense. What does it apply to? In solo play, nothing, I would think. Maybe if I had a decoy out, I might pull enemies away from a decoy more often, or from skills. But yeah, seeing as I'm the only threat here, it basically, you know, it's kind of like the Lengmo. You're gonna have to see it like that. It's where taking 2 brand bonuses that we don't really care about for a 3rd brand bonus that we do care about, and that 3rd brand bonus by itself makes it so that it's basically a +20 and a +20 and a +20 for pistols, which is the same as DNA. Kind of same as with Lengmo being a +10, +10, +10. You can just see it as that.
Gonna need more ammo.
This is
Civilians in distress.
This will also be a decent way to just deal with the mechanics of the season pass. Especially only yellow when they have skill deployed will have reduced damage. Because yeah, the blue reduction, although the blues also have overheal. But then just don't start on those. But the overheal isn't enough you have enough for even elites with overheal. Because they get kind of like ragers basically, the blue ones. So yeah, let me get you up here. But yeah, basically what like that is there is not a we're not getting about that. Because we basically in total have 65, you know, weapon damage stat in total. Although yeah, the high end definitely seems like a better, because yeah, you can keep vigilance and stuff. Although I don't mind having 2 or like multiple cores, because actually that shield there is kind of nice. Vigilance as well with like the pistol headhunters. You're too close. I get hit too much. I've been just going with Memento like the last 3 months and stuff, or the last 3 seasons, not months. It's gonna be over there. That was come on. Volume thing. Cool disco. Yeah. That I forgot actually. Yeah, we were talking about that. The like the super tank, right? I'm new to BC. I'm looking for people who want to play together on Division 2. Can I add you on Ubisoft Connect? You can. I'm not often like just do like just playing. Although sometimes I am. But for instance here I'm on PTS, so I'm not in the normal game. There's a test server up for upcoming changes. It's public. That's also the P in the PTS.
Civilians in danger.
But if you're looking for people to play with consistently and such, I would recommend especially, well, on the official Discord, for instance, there's a lot of LFGing going on. Same for in the Reddit Discord, so you could go with that. But also, yeah, joining a clan. If you are, you know, if you're not adverse to socialize and you actually, yeah, you do want to play with others, there's no better way than just being in a clan. But there as well, you will oftentimes have people doing things, and you can just go, "Hey, can I hop on?" And they'll usually be, you know. Be pretty open to that. Let's go against Outcast actually here. Big screen here. No, let's go ahead. Oh yeah, the nice thing is with this Ninja Bike, I don't care that I'm going to a safe house. That's kind of the nice thing about it. Okay. Oh yeah, here and there. The thing is though that yeah, it's still pretty
All sides, noting
infrequent.
location nearby.
Because also, for instance, today and tomorrow, I'll be still in PTS and such. But if you really just are looking for players to play with often, is no better
Friendly combatants detected.
thing than, especially yeah, kind of yeah, community discords, such and clients. In group content, they'll start in the they want to break this game. You do know there is already threat mechanics, right? Like threat is not something new with this. The only thing we kind of have to test, and yeah, we kind of what I'm planning on this evening. I was actually planning on doing that for today, but I need to install the PTS on my laptop so I can have can dual box. Because that's likely the best way to kind of control for variables, and then also I don't have to like have somebody just sit there. And yeah, we completed another journey mission, and I'm not even like really going for it. Which one did you complete? Well, we completed journey mission 4. The journey missions seem a lot more. So 7 seems still a little like this will take a bit. But honestly, I feel the journey is like a week thing. Not week, but a week, as in like 7 days. Like it's set up like that and at this point. Whereas like this season's journey was definitely more set up as. Oh, I still actually, yeah, I do reset when I go to safe houses. I do reset the modifier thingy, so. And I shouldn't try to get elite as the second. Okay, the blue actually does kind of get in the way sometimes. That enemy that was purple, he would have died if he didn't have blue and the overheal from it. I'm gonna actually weaken that one. Then I'm gonna kill this one. So that I can one-shot this one, and I have 2 stacks. Sometimes you gotta be a little clever, right? Yeah, the nice thing about the especially the Hunter's Fury version is that we do the disorient, making for a pretty good deal. Am I into speedrunning? Nah. I'm pretty averse to just doing the same thing over and over again. That's also why, for instance, I don't do like some people do with. I don't want to actually deal with rogue agents with this build. Like doing community runs and stuff, and like doing incursions for a whole day, or like, not my jam. But I do, just by virtue of, kind of often times being asked to maybe advise on choices for speedrunners, I do know a lot of speedrunners. So I'm kind of like somewhat attached to that community, but not, I don't run myself. Targets. No, Jancy. The threat mechanics and stuff is there. The only downsides is, especially in Division, is there is no taunting, there is no fading, stuff like that. We don't have active abilities to interact with the threat mechanic. But a PFE standing closer to a hunter, for instance, that has like half the damage of a striker, smacking them with so not even like Scorpio, because for instance maybe there might be something with status effects or something affecting it. But wait, what happened here? game is drunk. Those guys, like, they were there, and then the icon moved over there, and now they spawned it. Oh, this might be because of the rogue thing here. This might be because, yeah, the rogues would have spawned here. So I hadn't ever seen this, actually. That was interesting. But yeah, they can, like, that PFE that's doing like half the damage of a striker is going to keep the aggro away from, like, a full striker that is, like, actually keeping a little distance.
Incoming hostiles detected.
That's really the only ways we have now of interacting with it is proximity and damage. And damage is, of course, then quite often the thing that it does become, but that doesn't mean that that's the only thing.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
We got up to the point where we have enough.
Incoming hostiles detected.
And yeah, we got enough for that guy as well. That's all we need. There was a blue guy that spawned. We were max stacked. We got the drum. And either one too. Actually, let me get you here as well. Anyway, he's got a little 37 Eagle from DZ doing a watch out. Yeah, no more of those in the future. Although, well, you could still try to farm for them in there. But yeah, those are lucky ones. And easy to extract. At those levels, usually. We should have a hand basket from the loot goblin, assuming we had one already. Yeah. Basically needs to be visible to the game, so it needs to be in the stash or on that character. You need to have a hand basket, and then you can get more. And yeah, the loot goblin guy is still in his, like, seasonal form, so. Wait, are there still the rogues? No. But yeah, just the rogue music is going now because I fast traveled away from the other rogues. So what am I doing? Let's reset the world here. Let's reset for red control points. Let's take it over here. Combinations granting 4, so yeah. Have I tried the new gear set? No, that's kind of the new gear set is basically the one thing that I haven't tried yet. Trying the brand bonus Neo kind of. I'm leaving that kind of for tomorrow. Look at that, and then tomorrow evening I'm gonna, and then the miscellaneous shit. And in the evening, I'm gonna record my thoughts on the PTS because that'll go up on Monday. That'll be Monday evening's video. What did I just run out? I wanted to actually go for some activities. But I definitely enjoy watching people do it and learning what to do to pull it off. Yeah, I definitely have interest in, like, because the mechanics of speedrunning kind of there's a lot you can learn from, you know, the game breaks in this way, and then why is that? What is it like mechanically underneath it that is kind of being used? And once you kind of understand that, some of the tactics of speedrunning, like, we just generally end up using. May 27th video watch Elting indeed. But also keep in mind that we're gonna get a one watch alt basically anyway, and just empty out all your resources. So yeah, they've basically confirmed that. Anybody not blue? No, everybody is blue. Okay, 2 was enough for blue. That even if you spend everything... Oh, this counts as our deployed skill. Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, yeah, that actually normally also does, but I just didn't think about it there. Because yeah, she had blue and that was enough to... I wonder if they don't have blue and just yellow if I still have enough. Because I should. Because it should be 33%. We are hitting for like 16. So... You know, even 15, 33% would be 5, and that would still be enough to kill them. I think that was just a blue and a yellow. That's actually interesting. A blue and a yellow, and they had a skill deployed, so the bonus armor and the reduction from the other thing, and both of it combined gave me issues there. That's interesting. I'm curious actually, yeah, if just the yellow on one of those ladies is... That shouldn't be enough to survive when I'm stacked. That's not, no idea. Let's start with theirs. Yeah. Just this is the whole game for a long time. The number of rescues you do eventually makes them makes it faster now. No, I mean some of the tactics, for instance, the stuff, you know, although that's been fixed now, but for instance, despawning choppers, despawning air and space, not air and space, space admin, stuff like that. You would never run into that unless like a speedrunner is actually trying to break the game and somewhat succeeds. Yeah, the purple even has the blue. Huh.
There's no one. Damn. Almost bagged that agent. Bastard head on. This place is cleansed.
I'm gonna weaken some and then just kill another. Oh, there's another purple. There should be enough to kill that one. Yeah, because I weakened them. Oh, both.
Incoming hostiles detected.
You agent.
Who needs ADS? Yeah, this thing I could totally see as a general build. Just like this. Let me actually catch up because I feel I'm kind of behind here. Do we lose all materials? No, they're not gonna, they specifically said they're not touching materials at all. So you can even like have way too much. You can be, you know, those people that like dump tens of thousands of these in here, basically that are over the cap and stuff, everything stays. So you can actually, for now, what you could do is even go over cap if you really wanted to. If you kind of feel that, you know, you're gonna need the resources or something. You could go do watch alt runs and then fill them up and then buy the account share resources so that this goes to like 18k basically. Or, you know, 19k, basically 19k, 998. And then just store that basically. Because also, yeah, by the end of this season, just empty out all characters. All of these watch points, everything will get reset after to the next season. You will get, becomes account wide and it gets one single reset. So you get all of your points back. So in my case, you know, even like I'm going to spend the 2k that I have on each character. I'm just going to spend all those. And that'll likely fill me up on all the like optimization resources and stuff. And then next season when it resets, I have like a singular 29k here to spend again, which is gonna last me more than forever for me. Because I've been used to like not having watch alts and stuff on main account. Kind of feel bad about actually getting that because that will actually devalue resources for me quite a bit. Like currently resources actually have some value. Like I go out of my way here and there to get resources. That's no longer gonna be the case. The speedrunner modifiers are the also. How they do the speed? Well, when we're talking there about speedrunning, we're talking about actually, you know, people that are trying to get records on missions and stuff, or like with certain things. Not talking like just fast running. So for next season, there is no speed increase in any form. So the zoom in we're doing. Oh, yeah, interesting. In here, he doesn't have special items. He's already disabled. Even though we have the eggs are here, but. But in the BTS, he's already disabled. I don't know if that's in materials. Yeah, you'll just keep that. And then basically, but then even, yeah, spend the other resources and stuff as well. Just spend all your watch points. You get a single reset going into the next season. A one-time deal.
Serious trauma detected.
And then from then on, it's no more other. Oh, that's the thing. You know what? I'm just gonna slow poke my way through this.
Hostile control point identified.
I'll say I know, because that was especially this season's really way to OP thing there was of course. I lost where the red went.
Vital signs critical.
There was, of course, a lot of CC and stuff, just from microwave calls and such. None of that either. This modifier, it feels a lot more tame, but also I'm kind of on board for it because it still gives decent amounts of damage if you use it right. Those actives, especially if you're like on the right tiers and stuff, those actives for a short time give insane amounts of increase. Even at 5 for a red build, with the right picks, you can get, you know, a decent amount out of it. But also you don't start with that, which I kind of enjoy. And actually, yeah, the blue and the yellow can actually hurt. The blue and the yellow enemy modifiers can actually hurt. Should I wait till they're in the range for it? Because for instance here as well, I need to sometimes watch out. So once I'm stacked, I can definitely one tap the blue. Because they have overheal anyway, they have basically an extra heal bar. But if it's a blue and the yellow and they have a skill deployed, because the yellow, if they have a or a proxy deployed or a turret, you know, or like the RC cars like that other lady had.
Is everyone okay?
Then those two together, I can't one tap, basically. So I either need to destroy their proxy. So. Changing, so it just looks I run faster, but I don't. Oh, you mean just the FOV slider, basically?
You will pay.
Because you can make it look wider, which makes it look faster. A little bit. Oh, 2 shot of a purple. Oh, where did the other purple go? I'm blind. Could have put it in the helmet actually there.
Agent vital signs
He
0.
went through. He went behind the shield. How dare he? Innovation system. Yeah, that's actually what's gonna like what I'm. Yeah, all the optimization ones and stuff. Because I'm gonna craft up basically, like, I'm always low on tactical assignments or tactical assessments. All of these are gonna go to 999. Worst case as well. The rest of it will go into currency. For like if I run out of anything else. But also I'll just optimize a bunch of stuff. I have a bunch of stuff in the stash and I'm like, I might use it or something, you know. Although in my case at least they're not like actual shitty things, most of it. I'm not a hoarder. I'm not. I just need that full yellow whatever. But yeah, I'll optimize a bunch of stuff. I'll get a few. Also, what you can do is just, you know, grade up some gear or stuff or weapons, even stuff that you're like, you know, especially gear. Like generally we don't grade gear. You know, if I have nothing else to spend it on, I'll grade some gear. I know, this setup is kind of fine, actually. It's not the greatest thing ever or anything, but it has enough firepower. I don't need to care about memento stacks either.
Control point nearby. Serious trauma detected.
Some bad shooting. Actually, yeah, let's actually do some shooting. Let's go Reggie. Let's actually work for a minute.
But I say there's nothing more deranged and monstrous than tearing a child and leaving it to die terrified and alone.
Well, it's not per se weird. The same is true, for instance, in racing games. Especially if you're like use like simulator style games. Setting your FOV to get the right sense of speed and stuff is like a whole thing onto itself. But that's just also just how human perception kind of works. That's also why something filmed pretty close up in with a short focal length, so that, like, you know,
Access key detected.
a wide you know, wider
Progress halted.
FOV kind of will seem faster, like when you're closer to it, instead of
Resumed.
like if you kind of fill the same amount of screen with but at a longer focal length from longer away, it just feels slower. That's just human perception. Oh, we get extra way.
Manual override required.
They bought it.
Gotcha!
Also, actually, one of the things that recently came up, somebody linked me to a Reddit thing as well, apparently, with a lot of people being surprised that the Regulus actually has a different FOV than other weapons. So for instance, here, if we kind of zoom in like this, like take a look at, for instance, how much of my character that you see, especially the weapon. It's beyond chat as well, but then when I go to Regulus, you know, the weapon was basically completely visible, the weapon on my back. Now it's like cutting into it almost on the edges there. So the Regulus actually zooms in quite a bit more when you zoom, which is one of the things as well with it. Alongside of the, you know, that you have the dot in the middle of its reticule, it's also that zooms in, which is something that I know just because I was around when it got introduced, and that was one of those things that, you know, really came up quickly of just like, hey, this is different FOV than other pistols. But then, yeah, it's kind of isn't that important, so people just don't remember that consistently either. Did for in scavenging? Oh, but do we need in scavenging points? How do you mean? Or what was it? Reference to something being said? Yeah, which we can. So I don't have any characters. Although, yeah, I do have a lot bunch of stuff, but I don't like hoard things just to have them. Because a lot of the things in my stash are like actually like gear wise, I'm way lower than most, and then especially weapons is just for the weapon tables, honestly. But yeah, I don't keep too much shit. But some stuff is sometimes just handy to have, you know, an extra chain killer or something. But generally, I just implement them because, for instance, here as well, I could get this one, for instance, exists because it has intimidate that we can blue core. Want to mess around with that, or for instance, I have stuff like this more so, you know, an obliterate that is blue coreable and stuff, but not that much. Just. Also, I have no mules. Like I have no actual characters where it's just inventory. They're getting used for carrying around gear. So a replacement to whatever unspent point we currently have, right? They're not adding in addition to it. It's all the point in one big payout. Yeah, we're actually so wait. Whatever unspent. No, it's not like it's not you haven't spent like this on this character, this on this character. It's just get reset to one time max. One time what one character's worth would be, basically, right? So you get this fully reset up to full. But then basically, you know, it counts SHD minus 800. That's how what you get in scavenging point, and then it's also account wide from that point. Actually, but we can explain it there as well. No, it's basically go into the next season at the end of or towards the end of this season. All characters take them down to zero. Just spend it on something. Hell, worst case, you just go in here and just. Although, yeah, this would be nice with a macro. I think this should be actually macro. I'll make a macro actually because we could actually have spacebar, click spacebar, and then you just have to place it there yourself. But this could be very easily macroed. You know, worst case, you just spend it on credits because at the end of the day as well, if you have like basically infinite amounts of credits or like a lot, you can always, you know, even if you need resources, you can buy and deconstruct and stuff like that. So. Although, yeah, the first things I would do is just maybe fill up optimization resources and just craft some of these and such. Should actually, yeah, make a macro for the thing, but it's there as well for... Although the thing is, the macro is not needed except for like printer filament and stuff, because the rest, like this is 2 anyway. It would take longer to go and start the macro and then just do the 2, you know, 2 of these and then yeah, that and then another. Right. So. How much for damage loss is losing Fox for a Headhunter build? There's likely easier pieces to lose than the Fox Sparrow, I would think. I've been passing on you because for the high end, I'm thinking 3-piece this, DNH, and then of course DNH the punch trunk. 3 pieces of this. And then you keep Fox's Spur and Dutch City. No, that was my idea. Oh, if you could put Palisade in there as well. I mean, yeah, you'll lose some damage. But yeah, if you kind of want to go that route, that's... But I feel if you're going that route, you might as well just go this. Like, this is 20 to begin with.
Hostiles guarding location.
I feel if you're putting a palisade into that one, you might as well go head on the sphere. Yeah, the Fox is a pretty big bonus with the detox, especially on current shot. But yeah, it isn't getting stored per se and stuff, so it's not like it doesn't raise the cap by much. For instance,
Check on them.
so they entice you to stop wiggling.
Incoming hostiles detected.
My aim sucks, but yeah, that's a given. We knew that already.
Access key detected.
That's also why I was running the tournament earlier. Because that makes me look good. They'll make credits again by 2. I would prefer that, to be honest. I don't think they will. One of the things there is, especially, I can see the design reason for it is because in Division 1 it is shared. That makes going through the main game again, especially for instance it was with hardcores, it will make that trivial basically, especially for hardcores. Not that hardcores is an important thing for that more ending, but just in general it would just make it trivial to go through the base game. So I think they just will never do that, just to avoid that. But that's actually one thing in Division 1 that like really makes secondary runs and stuff. You can just, if you have infinite money, you can infinitely buy everything from the vendors. And there is actually, you know, in the case when you're leveling, there is actually good stuff on the vendors because there is the Emmeline's Guard once you reach like 10 or 11. And you can have that one and yeah, have an easy time going through the game because it's a high-end weapon as well versus, you know, where you would normally have maybe blues. The base damage is by itself already much higher, so. But yeah, I think it's it is a specific decision of theirs to go to not having it be a catfight. Yeah. But we still trivialize it, at least for hardcores and stuff, because I have 100 things in my stash that are just there to be sold if I lose a hardcore character, basically. And actually, towards the end of this season, I'm gonna go and do another hardcore character. Yeah, already. Before the watch ults even end. Oh, actually, yeah, I should do that on second account and spend it all because the hardcores will likely. Will be interesting if the hardcores don't get reset. Else I wouldn't care too much. But yeah, I should just empty all that out into like stuff that goes into the stash basically, or the stuff that is in the stash. Make a few Grupo chests and a few Grupo Cheska backpacks and stuff. Craftables basically, and then optimize them for a few future ones. I should do that, yeah, because we could, yeah, still double spend the points, and then next season they get reset. And if I'm not using those slots for watch ults, I might as well use them for hardcores. Let's go be over here again. You can put them on 20. Yeah. Because also, yeah, resource-wise, like, if nothing else, you can get gear to 12. Like, you could just make all your loadouts 12 if you really need to spend it on something. The only downside of that one is it will take time-wise a little bit because the protective fabrics and the receiver components that you need for that as well. Those you have to, like, buy credits with the watch points and then, like, deconstruct those and stuff. So that is a little slower than just anything else. But
Blame will bring justice.
should be able to. No. So blue red is already kind of too much. Like that. Them all stacking up together like that. Yeah, the disorient there is saving me.
Incoming hostiles detected. Hostile control point identified.
Attacking it!
No.
Just want to be close to me?
Okay, gets one. Apparently not.
You can't cheat justice.
No, let's put one shot in this guy, but actually I need somebody else to kill. Because otherwise, yeah, we're just gonna be on one. Because I can weaken one and then kill another and then go back to the weakened one. I think I'm just gonna die here. Is the actual answer. I missed firewall there for setting stuff on fire.
Agent vital signs
Next
0.
thing. But also, yeah, I shouldn't have lost my stack on that last enemy. If you don't, yeah. And just your sanity and also just your fingers. It's included everything. Larger chicken. Well, you've used up your luck. You could have had. You could have been a millionaire, but instead you have 8 exotics. Enjoy. That's how it actually works. Sure, yeah. Good curses there. So. Unless we're gonna AB from VZ. Yeah. It's not like it. Yeah, there's definitely confirmed ones during watch ultrans, but yeah, they are exceptionally rare. You could of course increase your chances by just being in the DZ or like doing it more often, basically.
Detecting additional hostile contacts. Access key detected.
Really wanted to have that stack, actually.
Vital signs critical.
What do you have to say?
Didn't even get a stack out of it. Yeah, I should just do it this way. Let's get the helmet off this heavy. Then we'll go to the purple. Should have a brazen shotgun for that. Oh, actually, don't I? I think I have a brazen shotgun specifically for that, but it's not using it for some reason. It's just to give them a fair chance, of course. Oh, on that also it resets. Okay, that's actually good to know.
Hostile control point detected.
That makes sense. It's basically Memento, the modifier. It's anything like shared spaces and stuff, the same thing that's affecting Memento stacks, basically. Makes sense. I really did well there. Definitely.
Hell, this armor's smashed.
Immediate medical
Headhunting,
assistance
not
needed.
per se my jam. It's more my peanut butter. And I don't like peanut butter. Actually, I don't mind peanut butter. I'm not gonna go out of my way to peanut butter it up. Wait, what is there? Oh, okay. For a second there. Oh yeah, it is purple. Okay. I was like, wait, why did the purple drop? Oh no, it's the bounty. It does look purple from. Hey, sir, go away. We're gonna hunt your buddies in Brooklyn in a few days. Got a thing going. I wouldn't have had enough damage there to kill them anyway. But yeah, we've killed them in the past, Stalker Hunters. Yeah, let's take this kind of back to base. Almost is because those are all I'm going to use when you mess after I fix the name. Yeah. Although we'll see actually if the like when/if they fix the name part of it, that I would guess in the end it will still like allow Lexington and other things on White Death and stuff. It'll be, and then maybe even correctly reworded. Wait, who had? Oh yeah, let's make this. Who had? Actually, no, that's, yeah, I was thinking who had the OD set up here, but yeah, of course it's this one. I completely lost my train of.
Detected.
I completely lost my train of planes, of cars. Yeah, I think eventually just they'll just it'll still be that like those names will be allowed likely. Yeah, let's actually go for that. Because now that I've kind of I'm used to the modifier, we didn't try this much with the modifier yesterday. Which is that the mask currently is basically completely broken. Where is? Did I? Oh yeah. And it is working for name talents when it should not. So we can take Carnage plus. You can't have two perfect. You can't have two Carnages. You can't have two Sadists, but you can have a normal Sadist and a Carnage with perfect Sadist. So.
Charles have to screw to get an espresso machine? I'm pretty sure he's brewing dandelion.
There's no talents and the name stats. Yeah. But then they should kind of also change it to exotic talents and perfect talents, basically. My brain is kind of fried as yet today as well. Spent quite a bit of time just. It's a national holiday thing, so I had to go show my face a little bit. And socialize and stuff, and that kind of left me pretty drained coming home. That's what I really love that stuff. Yeah, I'm gonna likely do that as well with a bunch of Milo. I've been already like dumping sometimes resources into that, but I keep eating more resources for just like optimization and stuff still. But of course, I'm kind of an outlier case, right? Like I'm not the general populace in when it comes to resource consumption. Um, invisible hand. The second or first it didn't work. Okay. Yeah, one of the things is might just be also just the status effect ones because I didn't notice, but yeah, that is already kind of that's the ones we want anyway. So let's go against some New York faction actually. To rely on named flag instead of perfect down flag. Well, currently it's like whatever it's programmed as. It's not working. Because yeah, if it was reliant on the named flag, well, Carnage would have that. So, but yeah, some of the others, although likely with the Big Show and stuff getting touched for the, for the blueprints of Descent and stuff. There's Big Shows, for instance, in here now. Likely, but we'll see actually, because yeah, if they show in the vendors, if they show up in the vendors in like the other slots, that would be a giveaway. Actually, let's go and see these two. Because one is yeah, Cabaret and stuff as well. At least not these two. Let's go for. Let's go for this one. Oh, maybe, well, you know what? I'm just gonna reset control points and go for City Hall. It got messy again, yeah. Mine's also pretty messy at the time being. I've just been dumping a ton of stuff in there. I'll likely spend some time cleaning it up. Was it there? Oh yeah. Let's go for City Hall, where it all began and won't end. It doesn't work if Carnage is done. No, it does. At least that's how I tested it actually. With Carnage in the primary slot, it worked. The thing is, though, I'd rather have the MG5 as the weapon to fire, because Carnage we mostly use it just because of the talent. So if I can use the MG5 and have like Sadist plus perfect Sadist, that's gonna have my preference. But I think when testing, I had Carnage in first slot because we did 35 plus 30 was the end result. Because also the thing is that it's adding together, which is, the thing we always say with amps of like, they don't add together. But yeah, what they basically are is more so they are single source separate multipliers, right? But suddenly we have a way of having two sources and then it's just additive together. Turns out. By the way. Long question incoming. Thinking. Yeah, that one is like 4 minutes ago. So I'm getting the feeling here we're gonna get like. Just as a reminder, there's a limit to the length of the message, so make sure you don't exceed that. Or you like write 2 paragraphs and only one comes through. Well, actually, I think it stops you, right? If you just keep typing. At least it does on YouTube. Okay, here we're hitting for 1.5s on headshots. Although actually I haven't even set up my modifiers yet. Although I wouldn't have any modifiers active here either, so not on 5 yet, but yeah, that's a little bit more than OD generally can do. But yeah, actually I wanted to turn on some of the modifier thingies. I forgot. But yeah, we want to call them in here just so we
heavily armored hostile detected.
I was about to start a sentence and kind of inhaled and exhaled in the same time. What did Descent become actually? Because Descent rotated yesterday, right? I don't know if anybody's... Although it should be the same in here, but I'm in New York, so... In DC end can enlighten us.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Oh, is there an assault team coming here? No, wait, what? Oh, that's not... That was a convoy maybe or something. Oh, well, yeah. I want to check this. World Series, let's check. Could be. In the old Ultimate Edition, this unlocks firewall gun attack Windows, special features complete, and the option to start field research is grayed out. I have no spec points to spend. Now what? With the special field research is complete, and the option to start field research is grayed out. No spec points to spend. Now what? What do you mean? Or new characters? Yeah, so you unlock them. So the unlock is either you do their field research and unlock them for all of the characters on that account, but then the points are per character. So a boosted character will get points in the first three, like the original three, demolitionist, sharpshooter, survivalist. And then the other three specializations that you normally unlock are without any points in them. And then if you don't boost the character, so for instance hardcore, you actually have to level them all up. It unlocks them. It doesn't unlock, like, it doesn't give you all the points. It is literally just the unlock part of it. No, but yeah, that's just the mechanical. So yeah, specializations are basically not account wide. The unlock is, but not the point spent. Oh, that was a convoy? Apparently. Is this just because of the rain? These guys are kind of lost. No, these are Rakers. Wait, did I not? Have I called it in yet? Guess not. I just got into combat with these guys and just assumed that I had already flared. Because it wouldn't be the first time that my mind goes, oh, this guy is actually... Yeah, he has the turret deployed, of course, and then he had blue. That guy actually took some damage there. To kill. Yeah, no, I haven't called it then yet. That makes sense. Gluttony doesn't die, thank you. Although, well, thank you for telling me, but also, fuck you for breaking my hopes and dreams. No, I'm joking. Yeah, well, we'll likely have to do Monday Gluttony. Although, wait, when does it reset? Does it, or it goes till Monday, right? Then, so, because it's today, tomorrow, and Monday. So yeah, we'll likely have to do a Gluttony Nemesis run. Because I haven't done one yet. So, yeah. That's what gained from field research. No, the field research is the unlock. The points are gained from each level is 3 points, and then basically any of the projects and stuff if you go to them, like here I won't because I have them all filled up, but each of them gives some point. Invaded missions give some points. And the orange daily bounties, there aren't any here, but the daily bounties, if you go to them as well, on the right side here will say how many points you get. You need to have the specialization equipped or any of that. So it's only when you have the specialization actually equipped that you get that. Doing those initial bounties is usually the way I go for it because they're like easy, and then also maybe invasion for some of them. Because first get those points into the weapons, that'll make them feel like, you know, that's the most important one to get, kind of having the 15 weapon damage. You need 15 points for that, doing like a set of invasions and such is kind of the way to go for that. And the daily bounties. Also, if it's a character that you've actually leveled and not boosted, there's also a bunch of bounties that you get per zone, a black dust bounty per zone, a normal one. That also each gives like 3 points or something, and they're like super fast. But yeah, they'll tell it in their rewards. They'll say it in their rewards. Although activities and stuff is more like if you just level. The invaded missions and stuff, yeah, they have it, and they'll also tell you exactly how many you get. I think it's 5 per invaded mission. So, but yeah, they're not hard to level, especially like you know. Next week we'll have not next week. The week after that we'll have 3 times XP. You can just get it by level. Also, heroic control points. Like if you've done everything else, heroic control points give 1 point as well each. Which isn't much, but if you're like doing it, getting a level, and also 1 point extra, that adds up over several. So, if you have nothing else to do, just, yeah, you can do control points. But yeah, usually do your daily invasion, or do your weekly invasion, your daily bounties. And just level while doing it. There's also, in most specialization, only like 50 points is kind of needed to get most out of it. Because you basically need 1 weapon and then, like, you know, sometimes the skill, sometimes some of the perks or something that kind of make that, you know, for gunner, for instance, having the rate of fire on kill and stuff, getting those unlocked. And the rest of it is just grinding, basically, over time. Also confuses them. Yeah. The reason for that is that, yeah, the points are only getting awarded into ones because somebody might boost, but they might not have it. They might not, because the boost is from Woni, it's not from Ultimate. So they might boost and, you know, not have the field research unlocked. And that could get buggy if points go into there. So they're just putting points into the 3 that anybody has access to always. So. That's a workaround for it. He's going with slot and okay rotation. Yeah. Except, yeah, we won't have that in the real world. It gives you detect. Yep. Yeah, it's in descent, basically. You know what? Let's maybe do that for like rounding it out here. Let's go do a Nemesis run in here. Oh yeah, also, yeah, somebody brought it up already. I haven't actually seen it for myself. The CENTCOMs have gone to another badge, basically, on top.
Safe area entered.
What's the new number? Where is it? Here. So 19 new ones. Actually, how much does this project give? This. Actually, yeah, let's go see, because I'm guessing this is like catch-up ones and then one new one. Let's go see actually if we get any. You know what? Just for tradition's sake, I'll do it with the actual characters I usually grab for this. Any buffs or nerfs next season? No. Oh shit, that's wrong character. One too few. Yeah, there's no rebalance stuff, which is kind of sad, but also I kind of get it with DLC plus thing.
Safe area detected.
But there's still a bunch of stuff that could use some loving. But also, I feel most of like rebalances, I feel have gone in a good direction. Honestly, the only real one that like didn't work out, I feel it was Tip of the Spear. In like recent memory. Never for yeah. 90 weapon handling and 35 D-Tech, yeah. Like that weapon handling by itself would be already more than enough to like make it one of the go-to skills. It's basically like putting just having, you know, steady-handed or brace just on that skill slot. Like, yeah, that's actually. Don't mind if I do.
Combat simulation program active.
Good game like that. Let's see. Because yeah, we have that and Streamline to kind of entice him to not do it. For a second, result in a lot of points. To buy Iceland. Yeah, I don't think they take SHT points. I don't think. Yeah, sure. And hated to go. What am I looking at? All right, let me get this over here because it's tiny over there. Do you know what this number is? Which number are we looking at? Which field is selected over there? No, I haven't actually ever used Dod's spreadsheet. It also quite often confuses me for where the crit chance is. Because I think actually it's in that field, right? That's at 58. That's the other number. Plus... Yeah... So wait, what is MP? Oh, it's the average shot. He's doing the same thing basically, but then in that field. So the 42 is basically the inverse of the 58. So it's 58 crit chance. So it's the crit hit number times 58, or times 58%, 0.58, and then it's the crit is the non-crit number times the inverse, 100 minus the 52, 48. It's the non-crit. That's basically usually how we do it for any DPS calculation. We take it down to an average shot because otherwise you don't account for crit chance. Make dots great again, yeah. Yeah, let's go with Gluttony here. Let's see if we get the skill. I might actually even buy extra skill selection.
Prohibited. Access denied.
Blood faster.
Activating shade protocols. Entering combat.
There's no
simulation
other known
program.
changes to Descent, right? They didn't touch any exotics or anything.
Combat simulation program activated.
I mean, yeah. Actually, yeah, no, this is still 75. This is still 30. That would, like, if this was 60 and 20, the new numbers, this would already kind of, because that also then still means chatter is still 100 at cap. Although I don't think either, like, neither adaptive or chatter really needs a buff in the scent. So. Yeah. Oh yeah, remember that time I had to pee, actually. I totally remembered. This is met on the G36 name. That's what I'm looking at. If you get the skill, it doesn't. Which one? What does the name G36 do? I'm because yeah, we've seen the Huntsman, Perfect Frenzy. Although yeah, they didn't think it through with that. Oh, it's also wait. That's the thingy, right? Because the named that's not a like the current one we have is not a G36, right? It's a SOCOM Mark 16. Because I wasn't actually aware that one had. Okay, so if it has a G36 with perfect streamline, yeah, that would be even. Because G36 is in a much better spot than the Mark 16 is. Oh, okay, no, okay, no, yeah, because I was thinking more about the G36 with the. Was it the Caretaker? Because yeah, we now know what the Huntsman does, but the Caretaker I still don't. At least I haven't seen anything about it yet. So it doesn't let you buy it. Cairo had it earlier. I'm gonna guess maybe one version because it's likely gonna have both versions in here, right? Maybe one of the versions is not buyable. Or we'll finagle it till maybe in some way we can buy it. As long as OP by itself, yeah. And that of course triggers Toasty. I mean, Toasty is also OP by itself, so. Nerf Toasty. He gets a minus modifier for the rest of the season. Yeah, okay. Swift 11 build. No, it should encourage me more. Could make a 512 build. Perfect Killer. On the G36. That's best in slot. And not meta, basically, but just actually best in slot. Oh, interesting. Okay. Picks. I didn't even pick. Let's take Pyrochem and an Aka. It's Aka. It's very mediocre. Gluttony, you say. Despise gluttony. Should have taken the shotgun actually. Let's go for boilers where we get a red at least.
Room selected. Difficulty rating easy.
Yeah, I was.
Constructing hostile combatant.
I would have just exited that and ran.
Hostiles constructing. Hostile spawn.
Dilly dallying, of
doors.
course. And either TRE.
All right, I'm here. Last one. You're gonna be dead.
But yeah, I would be surprised. I'm hoping they are kind of already. It's on the radar with how insanely overpowered Streamlined is already.
Console available.
But yeah, Perfect Killer will be interesting. Wonder where we get that one from. Because I just 20 more crit damage from it. Today, 511 status showcase. Well, we're never doing that because, of course, we're gonna do that with RNK instead. Actually, you know, we should do it with something blue core or something that it's actually harder. There isn't like, what are we even taking here? Overwatch, Composure, Vigilance, Optimist. Although, yeah, this is triple tilted weapon damage. That's not great. Allegro, but yeah, we also have nothing for surgical to really feed into except critical. I will take those two, and then Optimus, Allegro, surgical, and then critical, maybe. Although Rifleman or Vigilance by itself would be okay. Depends on if we get Agonizing. And I'm gonna actually take a reroll. You know what? I'm gonna take a mulligan on this run. Actually, yeah, we're gonna even exit and re-enter until we get it. Yeah, let's just do that. Just exit and re-enter, because otherwise also it's a loop before we get to picking. Did you want to take a bio? Yeah, actually I do. I'm
Priority
gonna
objective available.
start the simulation, and yeah, I'll be right back. Thank you for reminding me and being more in sync with my body than I am actually. The person in it. I'll be right back.
Access denied. Deactivating shade protocols. Entering combat simulation program. Entering safe area.
Ooh. No, one of those. Oh yeah. But also we're gonna there was the math on the well actually as well because I don't know if you're still around there, take a little bit. I did work on Streamline and yeah, specifically LUD and stuff. But also I think actually the other things will be much more, or just running the normal version, because the normal version is 80 weapon damage of Streamline. I feel running that on a better weapon than the Mark 16 is better than running perfect on a worse weapon, basically. So this is actually the thing that I'm kind of working on. This is going to be an upcoming video. You're going to scroll a little bit through it. The Streamline calculations are a little bit tender. And then it's basically, you know, LUD when the talent is not active, and then LUD when the talent is active, and then FAMAS and such. Everything comparing to the LUD at the start, but then also, for instance, on this right side, just the FAMAS version, basically. Because the normal version by itself is 30%, basically. And this is on a striker with 30 rating. So, close to the worst. You know, the only thing we could add there is Fenris to make it a worser case for it. But in its worst case, it's still like a 30% when it's active. I feel this thing, like that one, I should not go into the game. Like, I feel this is like even higher than original Oreo. PTS Oreo. So hopefully they will reconsider. Yeah, let's maybe actually just exit and re-enter a few times. We'll give it a college try. And let's see it done as well. If it also actually lets us pick it. in some form. Because it might be that just one of them like isn't pickable. Because yeah, definitely.
Agent,
Gary was
priority objective
running it
available.
earlier.
Shade tech prohibited. Access denied.
I haven't had these in forever because
Entering combat
annoyingly
simulation
none of the
program.
supermarkets near me sell it, but yeah, Arizona's. Might as well have some sugar.
Combat simulation activated.
Let's give it a few tries here. I realize as well this could take like forever.
Priority objective available.
Because there's a lot of skills in here.
Shade tech.
Also, it's not a
prohibited. Access
quick
denied.
in between multiples.
Deactivating shade protocols. Entering combat simulation program.
Yeah, Streamline is
Combat simulation.
87 weapon damage just for a conditional that is like pretty easy to hit. Because one of the things as well, I ran it quite a bit with like Hunter's Fury, and I just ran like decoy plus shield. Decoy while it's deployed, it doesn't like decrease it, so I would like deploy it when the second wave of enemies kind of came, and then like after combat, you know, like while doing activities, like on the second wave of like a public execution, I would just trigger that. I could use my shield. I was running Memento plus 2 blue cores and just like having a pretty strong shield, and that didn't break.
Agent,
The other skill is not on
objective
cooldown, and I
available.
get 87 weapon damage. That's a little silly. So actually, that's yeah. I mean, well, you can't per se.
Tech prohibited. Access denied.
You could macro these much, but yeah, not the.
Deactivating shade protocols.
It could get you to the
Combat
screen
simulation
there.
program.
The thing would be as well. The
simulation
entrance would
program
be like you can't
activated.
macro this. You don't know what you're getting. Getting all the other skills I like Attending Fire Camps.
Priority
I'm
objective
gonna guess you
available.
had some PC issues earlier.
Facility detected. Combat
Because-
simulation program.
There's always quite the sentence to go like, I hope it is. So far, it doesn't smell like fire. I mean, I feel that should not be like
Prohibited. Access
a
denied.
so far. That should be more like a given.
Deactivating shade protocols. Entering combat simulation program. Safe area entered.
It's kind of like one of those like, yeah, I'm doing good. At least my head hasn't exploded. Like, wait, that's a thing that can happen to you? Why would your head explode? The starting pool of skills. Only if it maybe excludes that, but nah. All skills generally have been
Priority
around
objective
always. Like, I don't think there would be any skills that aren't pickable on Loop 1.
Shade tech prohibited.
Or
Access
weapons.
denied. Deactivating shade protocol.
It's a pretty big pool.
Combat
We're getting 3
simulation
picks out of it each time.
Entering safe area.
I mean, it's not like we're re-rolling and excluding. It's basically, you know, you can't have duplicates. So. And it's just that 2 skills out of like 25 or something that are in there. I'll give it a try here, though. If I don't get it in like the next 5 minutes, we'll get it.
Priority.
Also, I should just maybe pick something so Anna just shuts the hell up.
Shade tech prohibited. Access denied. Deactivating shade protocols. Entering combat simulation
Smell
program.
of something burning. Ah, okay. But did you figure out what it was, or was it just maybe
Combat simulation program activated.
like, because there are things that could be sometimes even, you know. No, not like that. So that's gonna be the sense of, that could just be.
Agent, priority objective available.
Oh, Scooby's EV earlier. Yeah, I was like, wait, what? What level
Shade tech
37?
prohibited.
Yeah, no.
Access denied.
Yeah.
Deactivating shade protocols. Entering combat simulation program. Safe area entered. Combat simulation program activated.
Why am I even looking through the weapons? Then together were ripped. Just hanging there. Ah, okay. Yeah, I mean sometimes even like insects and stuff.
Facility detected.
You know, getting into
Available.
places they shouldn't.
Shade tech prohibited. Access denied. Deactivating shade protocols.
We're basically getting
Entering
one per
combat
minute
simulation program.
because the revive token timer there
Area
is like
detected.
basically each minute there's a revive token there.
Combat simulation program activated.
You know, we'll do 2 more. Or maybe tomorrow we'll just do a somewhat of a run. Because also, yeah, if we kind of get a little bit deeper, we can also, like, I can early on try to go for extra skill pick at the cost of other things. But also, yeah, gluttony kind of sucks to actually play. It just doesn't have
Available
good
agent.
talents. Especially the reds and yellows
Shade
and
tech
stuff.
prohibited. Access denied. Deactivating shade protocols. Entering combat simulation program. Safe area entered. Combat simulation activated.
I clean my PC after a while. That can be it as well, just a dust bunny,
Facility
basically.
detected. Combat sim.
But yeah, planning next weekend to clean my PC.
Shade
Oh,
tech
really good.
prohibited. Access denied.
And also, yeah, just putting an
Deactivating
extra
shade
SSD
protocols.
in there
Entering combat
as
simulation
well while I'm
program.
at it.
Safe area detected. Combat simulation program activated.
Last one. No. Yeah. We'll try tomorrow a little bit. Also, yeah, we have the screenshots and stuff of it. Like, you can always. We kind of know. I don't need to per se see it for myself. Tomorrow, really, the only thing remaining to do is kind of
Priority
calculate that
objective available.
difference between this and the Memento version of this,
Facility
and then
detected.
the
Combat
and as well. Maybe
simulation
make a
program
high-end version
active.
and kind of mess around with that. And the gear sets. Really, the only thing I haven't touched yet is kind of the gear set, so we'll go for that. And then in the evening, we'll record at some point my thoughts on PTS kind of video. Because honestly, this PTS, in comparison to some of the more recent ones, especially like Project Resolve and last season one, where we had, or not last season, but the season before that, where we had the big like rebalance. Those were more Yeah, a lot of work when or they generated a lot of work. This is much more simple. It's just we especially need to kind of point out that Streamline really shouldn't go into the game like it is. Because honestly, like this is kind of the comparison version of against that, and I feel like putting it at 35 or well 44 perfect and then 35 for the normal version is already more than enough. Because that's still at full red, that's still at 13% on a full Lexington. On a full red striker Lexington, and then as well if you're kind of like grade 30 but full blue, that's 20%. Like that's the instant pick for when you have a few blues on the striker or something. But yeah, we'll fill in the rest of this. Although I'm gonna likely replace this one, this multi-calculator with a headhunter calculator, and then just calculate a few versions out with the new gear sets. The one thing I wouldn't mind actually tomorrow as well having a go at, but we'll see if we can kind of see about installing it on my second, or like that we can run second account on the laptop, because I wouldn't mind actually having a go at this increased threat and what this actually means. And also, the gear set as well is kind of grouping. I'll mess around with that. I just got the offensive button and combine it. Okay. I wonder what was different there then. Maybe you need to have a skill tier first or something. Do you remember something similar to that with stickies originally in Descent? But they fixed that like pretty quickly. Oh, that wasn't the PTS of Descent. What's the current strongest AR to use with Striker, Lexington with Killer? Overall, yeah. It kind of depends. It's either Lexington with Killer, but then you need to like trigger Killer, which sometimes is definitely, a lesser choice. The other pick is to go measured, which is basically always active. That's for now. And then, if next season comes around with streamlined as is, streamlined, like you just forget about you ever using skills. Have a secondary that isn't streamlined for whenever you lose your hive. Whenever your hive is on cooldown, swap to something else with like measured or killer, and then swap back the second your hive is off cooldown, and don't use the other skill. Or use a shield there. Because as well, if the shield is just used, that's not on cooldown. If it's only if it's actually on cooldown. So yeah, coming in with these. You can buy the bees nuts. Busy little bees nuts. Let's run to that here. I'm gonna actually go and find somebody for us to raid on the Twitch end as well. Send everybody off to let's see who's up and who we haven't raided in a while as well, maybe. Let's go actually with Big Red, maybe, as they have raided us a few times in the past few weeks. They seem to be doing summits. Yeah, summit. Is this PTS? No, that's just normal summits. Or like, non-PTS summit. Heroic summit. And I'll be back tomorrow. I'll likely jump on pretty early. I'm still haven't decided yet if I'm going to do an afternoon and an evening or anything. We might do a long one in the evening end and just kind of fill up some stuff in. We have basically everything I kind of need for the video except an understanding of the gear sets and and actually the calculations for Headhunters with the new brand sets for pistols. That does work. Because we have some of these already ready. Pakan has been added to the burst and sustain tables for now in its current form, and then he has a stacking mechanic that actually we had to kind of put in here as well, so it's at full stacks. Pakan really needs some buff, honestly, as well, to be competitive in any form. Anyway, we added the Pakan to the LMGs. Actually, yeah, tomorrow as well. I should on the ARs add basically stream or. Well, then maybe I just wait till the final version on these. Yeah, we'll wait till the final version. But actually, I made the second tab in the AR one, and in here we already have Streamline as well. And this is one thing I want to make for all of the things. So, but we'll likely do that in the next season, where we pick basically one of the top contenders weapon-wise, and then just go with all their talents, and then kind of. The no talent is the 100% point, and then we can see how much each talent kind of adds for the selected build and stuff. This is actually, I mean, you can kind of get this info out of there, and I already do, but just seeing it like this in itself is kind of, you know, knowing that measured is kind of how close measured is or isn't to killer and such. But yeah, that's all for tomorrow. I'm already kind of in rambling mode. I completely lost my UI here as well. I had to refresh that thing. Yeah, let's go with Bitter Tiger. I'll be back tomorrow. Today as well. Actually, a short went up. I haven't looked at all actually how that has gone. Alright, that's been doing. Oh yeah, it's a Striker Combat Medic actually, so. But yeah, a familiar build. But yeah, the build overview for that is now up as well. Yeah, let's hit the raid here. Let me see if I have any last second things that I need to answer or check or something. But yeah, doesn't look like it. But all the nights indeed around in the GGs. And yeah, hope to catch some of you tomorrow. And as always, have a good night.